Yeah, because we are on Zoom, we have a setup with Zoom as microphone, and if we put your laptop, it's not going to. DCL assim, isso aqui, velho. DCL. A gente não vai fazer isso aqui. Wait a minute, okay.
Can we connect? Yes. Yes. So what do? I don't want to do anything.
Yeah, just open and
Well, I've got the connector. I just don't want to touch anything in case I
not yet.
do the connection.
Okay, we're ready for the cable. Connecting this one.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the difficulty.
There is a problem with the Mac. I have also one Mac that
Yes,
I can use it.
Yeah,
Because there is a setup.
yeah.
No problem. Everything is just fine.
Oh, thank you. It's because of the lots of videos
Of
that
course.
I can't actually transfer them to, because I don't use a PC.
It's okay.
Yeah. Good morning.
Deschid două, nu? Primul. Încă nu, că trebuie să aducă Sorin în adaptor. Da. Care e?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Da. Acum nu se aude că nu este conectat la tot. Deci astea două sunt ale dumneavoastră și astea ale domnului Gheorghe.
Exemplu, undeva la screen. Undeva. Prima provavelmente sullo screen aqui. Assim? Vai. Beleza. Mas eu vou ali.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah.
I know. I always create trouble by bringing the mic. Let's hope for that work. Thanks. It's so refreshing.
Yes.
But as
I understand you perfectly. Always, I think, you know. I don't say that. Y de ahí, esa fecha está en la solo meses.
Everything okay? Not yet.
No creo que te diga. Le cago en- la marca no es-
Right?
Okay.
Okay. Now let's stretch this.
Okay, I have the video, I have the sound.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, sure. What happened then? Oh. No. Okay. It's that one, that's, kind of.
Connections.
It's that one we went up, the projector. The projector. It's the projector. to put something in.
Yes. This?
It is, yeah, it's just,
It's more being.
went to sleep, yeah.
Yeah, it's for.
Yeah, I know, it's too early for me as well. Oh, anyway, it's 10 o'clock, right?
It's telling, are we streaming already? In Zoom?
Not this one, for this.
Okay.
Enough to.
Specifically, like me to send about the new one? Is it out already or the Shostakovich's?
Not yet, no, that's gonna be
Forthcoming.
in February,
In
yeah.
February,
Uh-huh,
okay.
Yeah.
Couple of months. Good.
So can I have some water? Yeah. Thank you. So it's 20 minutes, yeah, but that, 20 minutes. Yeah, I mean, plus 10 minutes, yeah, might be a bit longer, just tiny minute, bit longer, but yeah, you
move
tell me, yes.
Move
Uh-huh.
the discussion up to the coffee break. Good morning, everybody. We are about to start. Is everybody all set? Sitting comfortably soon, at least. So, hello and welcome to the second day of our seminar. The name is Film Music, Moving Images and Politics. My name is Kaarina Kilpio. I'm chairing this first session of the second day, and we have 3 fascinating papers on the way. Again, our first speaker is Marina Frolova-Walker, who is professor of music history at the University of Cambridge and very esteemed scholar on the political history of music. And well, she's written and presented so much that I'm only going to mention her latest or forthcoming book on Shostakovich's Symphony No. 5, which she tells me is going to be out in February. But today we are going to listen to her talk about a slightly wider subject, about composers through a Soviet lens. So welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? Thank you very much, Nikolai, for inviting me. It's lovely to be back in Bucharest. It's always a wonderful experience. And thank you for accommodating the, the technical issues. My Mac, I know it's always creates trouble. Yeah, but I wanted to show you first, if this is just the comments under the biopic on Mussorgsky, from 1950. I'm astonished. It's a masterpiece of speech, music, inspiration, and patriotism. My God, our great country, Five Hearts. What a wonderful film, so life-affirming. Bravo to the creators and actors. Russia forward. Yeah, so these are very recent comments. And I was quite astonished to see them because it's a Stalinist film. Yeah, so you think, why do people like it so much? So most of all, perhaps it's an evidence of Soviet nostalgia on which Putin's regime has built its current ideology. But also, perhaps, if this film is in some miraculous way still alive, still watchable and gripping. Viewers seem to enjoy also the Rimsky-Korsakov biopic, which was released 3 years after Mussorgsky, so 1953. These two films were part of this whole spate of biopics on scientists and cultural figures released after the war. There were 14 altogether, 7 on scientists, 7 on cultural figures. They were varying quality, and I've already written on the 2 Glinka films elsewhere, so I'm not going to talk about the Glinka films here. Mussorgsky and Rimsky-Korsakov is enough to discuss a common aesthetic that emerges here, and also a common way of approaching the composer's music. The composers who put the soundtrack together are Kabalevsky for Mussorgsky and Sviridov for Rimsky-Korsakov, so both composers of a very high caliber. Actually, Mussorgsky was originally to be scored by Shostakovich. Once we have discussed the general aesthetic and the soundtrack, we will look at the same aspects in the pair of films from 1969 to 72, the post-Thaw time, the Brezhnev period, an epic 2-part film on Tchaikovsky, directed by Talankin, and a modest TV documentary on Borodin. So it's without doubt that Mussorgsky and Rimsky-Korsakov films are didactic, that they were born from the desire to educate people and create a pantheon of cultural heroes, following a pantheon of revolutionary and other national heroes, which was already in place. Classical music had been a matter of state concern from the early 30s. The period from the late 30s onwards was particularly beneficial to the 19th century Russian classics, who were canonized by new editions, completions, productions, biographies, and films. Consistency across all of those was important. Therefore, the matter of visual likeness was paramount here. All of the cultural figures had to look exactly like their portraits. So the portraits that were familiar, that were in every classroom. So while, this is, for example, Grigory Belov as Rimsky-Korsakov. While Mussorgsky, played by Alexander Borisov, and what's interesting that the actors who were chosen to play these roles had already played other cultural heroes. So Borisov, who played Mussorgsky, had already acted the roles of Ivan Pavlov and Alexander Popov, the inventor of radio. And Grigory Belov already played Michurin. So they're kind of doubling up here. And the Rimsky-Korsakov in particular, the face doesn't seem to change ever. The beard seems to dominate the image, and we never get to see beyond that beard, really. The face doesn't offer any keys to the character, any clues to the character. In both films, we also find the same actor playing Vladimir Stasov, the stentorian ideologue, Nikolai Cherkasov, who is probably the most famous of them all, having already played Alexander Nevsky and Ivan the Terrible. And this is Mussorgsky. So from the very first frames of Mussorgsky, the central idea of the film is established. Our hero and his comrades in arms will be doing battle with some kind of enemy. also notice this red glow, surrounding Mussorgsky. It's like the red dawn of revolution. Yeah, you kind of sort of imagine it always appears in those scenes. So they come out as fighting the enemy. The fighting spirit of the group is conveyed by the slogans that they introduce themselves with. We shall spare neither blood nor ink, that's QE saying, or fearless on the sea and at the piano, that's Rimsky-Korsakov, just to give you. It's kind of, they speak in slogans, yeah. So a highly symbolic moment is when Mussorgsky breaks a string on the piano during a performance, while Balakirev reacts with light sarcasm to that. Stasov declaims, "As for me, I like the string breaking. It means an abundance of strength. In the whole of Russia, there is currently an abundance of strength. Look at how Herzen chimes in the bell. A giant is rising." So a giant being the Russian people, yes, and their revolutionary spirit. In this way, in a single sentence, the musical fight of the mighty handful is connected with the revolutionary stirrings in the depth of the Russian people. So who are the enemies that they're battling? They are easy to identify. Princess Yelena Pavlovna, a patroness of the Russian Music Society, who speaks with a strong foreign accent. Accents are very important. The enemies are always speak with an accent, and the good guys don't, even though they might be foreign. Yeah, for example, the singer Platonova in the same film, it was actually German, and she was battling her German accent while singing. We know about this, but she speaks with a perfect Russian, yeah, because she's on the good side. So the whole of Imperial Music Society, which gets us some kind of comedy procession to the sounds of the witches' Sabbath on the Bald Mountain. The leader of the orchestra, who is Italian and sabotages the rehearsal by making deliberate mistakes. So let's see. You're deliberately making. Yes, I was educated in Europe, I'm correcting the mistake that isn't here, yeah. So, and he says, well, you've fallen behind because, we are now ahead. The various hostile critics, and finally Italian opera as a whole, and the fictitious erring composer Rzewski, who sides with Western music. So it's a conflation of class and national conflicts. The class conflict is woven into the overall revolutionary narrative that Soviet citizens had to absorb, while Russia against the West is something more specific to the early Cold War period. By the way, if you're wondering how Mussorgsky's own aristocratic background is dealt with, he has a serf grandmother, a progressive mother, and also betrays his own upper-class background by giving up his share of the family fortune. Towards the end of the film, both he and Stasov parade in peasant shirts, in the class-related and national, sort of wrapped in one. The story of the film, focused on the creation and staging of Boris Godunov, is a suitably heroic story, and it ends early enough to avoid dealing with Mussorgsky's sad demise. There's no mention of his love of drink, and in fact, no drinking happens at all in this film. So he speaks in slogans, and some of his phrases might be taken from his actual letters, but outside their often ironic and self-deprecating context, they sound trite. So this film, of course, is created in the wake of the 1948 anti-formalist resolution on music. Yeah, so the film presents an object lesson in musical realism. And I find that aspect of the film quite fascinating, as it belies the notion that socialist realism, or realism in music is somehow problematic. It actually shows you how to achieve realism in quite a virtuosic way. It solves the usual problem of composer biopics of how to show on screen the intimate moment of musical composition. Here, we see characters and even whole scenes from Boris Godunov first presented or enacted in real life and then on the operatic stage. When Mussorgsky witnesses a scene of a peasant riot somewhere in the vicinity of his own estate, he gets ideas for his characters Varlam and the Holy Fool. And those musical elements are quite skillfully developed by Kabalevsky to reach their final form. So in a way, Kabalevsky is tracing the process of composition backward to back to the elementary idea. So this is one of the examples, just very quickly. So he's mocking the peasants. And you can hear, that moan already in the score as well. And then, of course, you will hear it in Boris Godunov. Yeah, so you first have it in real life, and then it goes on to the operatic stage. So precisely because the struggle for national music had already been shown in Mussorgsky, the film on Rimsky-Korsakov could not place him in the same context, yet would be repeating itself. So there was an ingenious solution found to focus the film on the later period of Rimsky-Korsakov's life, which also had a useful and true episode of Rimsky-Korsakov coming out on the side of the striking students during the revolution of 1905. But actually, interestingly, it's not that, but the musical battle that holds the plot together. And here, the rhetoric of 1948 anti-formalist resolution is very much in evidence from one of the very first scenes where Rimsky-Korsakov chastises a female student at the conservatoire for her piece. So I'm just going to read it out first, in translation. So she says, "I based it on a folk song from your collection, Nikolai Andreevich. Yes, but you've transformed it so thoroughly that the poor thing has become unrecognizable. But otherwise it would be too familiar. Let others be afraid of that, those who value only their own contrivances in music. We've met a few of that ilk, but we have no call for this, do we?"
Пусть стоят этого текста в музыке ценят только свои вещи. Свои великие это великие. Но она
Yes, so it's basically the ухищрение, it's all the rhetoric that is in the resolutions and around the resolution. And then he also sort of channels the resolution because there was this moment in it which says that the folk dance, the Lizginka by Muradeli, was kind of invented by him. It was his own contrivance rather than taken from folk music. So essentially this is the same situation. And if we're very attuned to the intonation with which Rimsky-Korsakov continued to pontificate, we can actually pin it down as the intonation of Stalin's speeches. Now, this is very difficult to illustrate for you if you don't know how Stalin spoke. I'll just show you this. So basically, he makes these very emphatic stresses on some words, which are not quite the right words, or, they're slightly sort of appearing out of the blue. You and I have a single aim to make folk melodies familiar and dear to the whole world, revealing them with all the brilliance of compositional technique. And in their own themes, too, we're not going to depart from folk sources. And so that was Glinka's bequest to us. I mean, actually, Putin speaks a little bit like that. There must be something about it. So basically, Rimsky-Korsakov becomes Stalin in this scene. So the enemies in these films are the proponents of modernism and the new generation of patrons who are supposedly not serious enough about art. Serge Diaghilev and Sava Mamontov. Just as there was a fictitious Rzhevsky in Mussorgsky, there was a cartoon-like composer Ramensky here, who plays a highly improbable dissonant piece. Yes. Yeah, really wasn't possible that piece. So this is Mr. Ramensky playing. He has just returned from Paris. Yeah, he says the novelties from Europe and my latest composition. Please forgive me, as you are my guest, but I hope we can talk about music without social graces. What you have just played is not music, it's alien to Russian art and any kind of art altogether. Lack of melody, disharmony, lack of thought, modish grimaces, decadence, yeah, and so on. Then he's a screeching, squealing, hysterical. These are basically just words from the 1936 Pravda article on Shostakovich's Lady Macbeth. Yes, so that's another example of that. So in Rimsky-Korsakov, we also have the object lesson in realism. And that takes place as an analysis of the Snow Maiden. So basically here they show you how the music of the Snow Maiden is born out of not folk song, bird song. So the birds composed for me. So these are three composers, yeah, Rimsky-Korsakov, Glazunov, and Lyadov, basically just giving you, it's a very kind of popular musicology. I think it's wonderfully done. And finally, there's always in every socialist realist film, there is a relation to the future. So Rimsky-Korsakov tells you that, you know, a cock will crow and everyone will be singing. That's at the very end. You know, Serov is sketching his portrait and says, the whole of Russia will sing. And Serov says, and let Russia know you and love you the way you're right now. Yeah, so it's kind of... So there is this connection with the future. So I know I'm running out of time, but I'm going to look very quickly at this contrasting case of Talankin's Tchaikovsky. So it's very well known that the Thaw aesthetic shifted the focus onto the individual, on humanity, sincerity, vulnerability. The different aesthetic here becomes obvious again from the very start when Tchaikovsky is portrayed as a little boy obsessed with music to the point of hysteria. So. So the main conflict here is not a politically charged battle, but an Oedipal battle against Nikolai Rubinstein, who is brought as his surrogate father. His real father is not shown, nor are the brothers who were so important. But there is this famous episode, oh, maybe I didn't actually show, but when they both, Rubinstein plays the Beethoven concerto, the Emperor concerto, in this kind of vulgar, drunk way, and Tchaikovsky is playing his own first concerto. So it's not a political battle because they're not fighting against Beethoven. It's just him fighting against his surrogate father. So just to show you that the actor here is Innocentis Poktanovsky, which was famous for portrayal of these intelligenti, these members of the intelligentsia. And he has these wonderful eyes. The camera absolutely loves his eyes. You can see all these sort of shades of psychological torment on his face. And again, in Stalin's time, it would be impossible to make an intelligent a protagonist of the film, a hero. Tchaikovsky's homosexuality, of course, is not mentioned, but if we know that he was homosexual, we can almost imagine that there are silences in the film that allow you to imagine that that was the case. And there is this scene with his servant, for example, when it seems that they're almost in bed together, and then you find out that actually they're not. But it's a very intimate sort of discussion. So then you realize that, they're actually in different rooms. The score was written by Dmitry Tiomkin, who was a very important Hollywood composer and Russian emigre. So it is created on a very different principle of basically matching the music to the psychological states, and it doesn't have to appear in chronological order at all. For example, and when Tchaikovsky experiences this sort of horrible moment of recognizing that his wife is a horrible fool and lacks social graces. So it's a distortion, of the waltz from Eugene Onegin. So this Tiomkin's method was, of course, widely used in Western composer films, and it was wildly at odds with the subtle pastiches of Sviridov and Kabalevsky. This turned to be a triggering moment for the composer Leonid Desyatnikov, who in his 2015 lecture on Tchaikovsky went into a rather peculiar style of mockery. The music here is playing subordinate passive role, and that is not right. I think that people who are making a film about Tchaikovsky should start from Tchaikovsky's music. The whole production situation is catastrophic. The party and government hire a foreign specialist at great expense so that he turns national treasure into something like easy listening, something utilitarian, something just so that the director can understand it and be comfortable. But of course, it's an interesting kind of moment how ironically into this quote, there is also this opposition, of the West and the national treasure trickling in. I would say that there are very interesting moments in this score. For example, when the tune from the Fourth Symphony is played on an accordion, and you hear it not anymore as a Russian tune, but as a French tune, because they're in Paris at that point. So it's in the background. It immediately becomes French, so it gives you kind of quite a different perspective on emigration. There is a moment, of course, where also it's more similar to what happens in Mussorgsky and Rimsky-Korsakov when the creative process is shown in the soundtrack. How Tchaikovsky, for example, inventing the Queen of Spades by reading Pushkin, and then it becomes opera. Yes. So you get an opera born out of the text. So, yeah, tiny moment from the Borodin documentary, because basically you will see a new aesthetic again of something very private, not heroic at all, something very elegiac. It's basically an elegy. It starts with the death of Borodin and ends with the death of Borodin. And you have these moments of contemplation where nothing happens. And this is a little moment when the music is born, but you basically can see that they're scared of adding a single note to the score that already exists. So they basically just play from the score of Prince Sigurd, just slightly haltingly to give you a sense of creative process. So my conclusion and the last thought I would like to mention is that in this last pair of films, it's clear to me that actually the creators are not trying to address the mass audience. They're trying to address the intelligentsia. Yeah, so to give you this very lyrical and personal portrayal of composers, they're not trying to engage you at all. You know, this kind of, you can fall asleep to this film very easily. And even this huge Tchaikovsky film, which was originally was made by, you know, Warner Brothers was part of this. It was a kind of the moment of the détente in USSR-US relationship, but it completely failed as a mass film. Even then, when it was cut to 90 minutes, yeah, almost half of it was cut. So it seems to me that at this point, neither the state nor the artists themselves think of classical music as something that can engage the mass listener. Somewhere after the death of Stalin, classical music was lost, yeah, both to the government and to the mass listener. And now we are addressing the intelligentsia. So sorry for going on too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Really fascinating talk about, you know, subtle sonic and rhetoric cues to the viewing public. Any questions from the audience? Comments? Yes.
Thank you, Marina. As expected, that was really fascinating. I was wondering, seeing that Tchaikovsky movie, if there was any reception of the Ken Russell movie from '71, The Music Lovers, in Soviet Union, or if Ken Russell knew about this Tchaikovsky movie when, yeah, thank you.
I was thinking about that, and I think he probably did, because it looks like, you know, various ideas were actually taken on board by him. The Music Lovers, Ken Russell film about Tchaikovsky, wasn't shown and couldn't be shown in the Soviet Union. Yeah, so, and I don't think people are aware of it even now. You know, it's kind of hard to get. So and that image of Tchaikovsky is just kind of almost not possible. You know, some people obviously would have watched it and, you know, told each other about it, but it wasn't part of the general reception.
Thank you. I also saw the movie after 1990, of course. In Romania was also not available.
By the way, were these the films that you presented here, were they shown outside Soviet Union, or were they, you know, kept?
Yeah, well, Tchaikovsky certainly was. I mean, I'm not sure about the Mussorgsky and Rimsky-Korsakov. I don't think they would have a Western reception, but Tchaikovsky was, you know, in this, especially in this reduced format, you know, when they cut it down. It was shown and it won a couple of prizes, but it certainly wasn't, the big blockbuster that they were hoping it was going to be, because basically I think the success of the War and Peace film, Bondarchuk's film, was kind of driving them along. They thought they could make, another sort of big blockbuster, but Tchaikovsky seemed to be a safe topic to do that. But then Warner Brothers actually pulled out at the end of it, seeing how the film came out. They pulled out, and so it wasn't actually just distributed as widely as they thought they would.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for your excellent paper. I was wondering, I saw at your at the beginning of your talk that there is a kind of very large population and public who refer somehow to this movie, but I was wondering about the contemporary Russian musicology, or especially the students of the conservatoires, how they relate to this kind of movies.
Yeah, well, it's hard for me to say. I mean, I know that the one comment was, we were told to watch this, on our oral class, which is very funny, So people kind of, instead of reading a book about Mussorgsky, they will watch that film. Yeah, so it's still part of education, I think. But yeah, amazingly that people still like them, even though they are kind of so cliched. And I must say Mussorgsky is a better film than the Rimsky-Korsakov film. And it has some very clever things in it, even though, it is very ideological. But it's funny how these films are kind of still current. It's always amazed me why socialist realist films are still being watched. There's something very comforting about them. Yeah, and people love this kind of heroic uplift.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have to go to the next speak. Thank you once again. And next in our program is Florinela Popa, who is associate professor at this university, National University of Music in Bucharest. And she also directs the Department of Musicology and Music Education Sciences here. And her subject today is has to do with Richard Oshanitsky, about whom we heard already yesterday, and she's talking about the two films, Paratroopers and A Commissar Accuses from the 1970s. Thank you
very much, Karina.
Welcome.
After the July 1971 thesis, in which Nicolae Ceausescu harshly criticized, I quote, the plodding towards what is foreign and especially towards what is produced in the West, films could no longer be made in Romania without a clear ideological orientation. The idealization of everyday life in the communist present and the falsification of history for nationalist reasons became sine qua non conditions for Romanian film in the next 2 decades. And yet, after those few years of freedom and apparent openness to the West, around 1968-1970, when the public could see some foreign productions, especially American, Romanian filmmakers tried to find a middle way between communist propaganda and certain Western models. Without ideological compromises, the films had no chance of getting past the censors. The films I will focus: Paratroopers, Parachutiștii, a topical film of the early 1970s, and Un comisar acuză, a police commissioner accuses, a historical film set in 1940, are eloquent of this split and in many ways implausible conception. What I have set out to follow is the role played here by the music, in both cases composed by Richard Oshanitsky. Did it succeed through its specific means in suggesting these two distinct worlds, and if so, to what extent? In communist Romania, film music composition was regarded by musicians rather reluctantly as a somewhat frivolous collateral activity, despite the efforts of serious composers such as Theodor Grigoriu, Tiberiu Olah, and others to enable it. In Oșanitsky's case, judging by the large number of films, around 40, for which he wrote music, it is easy to assume that such aesthetic debates did not interest him in the least. In fact, the image he has in Romanian musicology, thanks in particular to the exegesis by Alex Vasiliu, is that of a musician without prejudices, open to any musical genre and style, from classical to jazz, light music to fusions of jazz and academic music, to film, stage, television, etc. He could just easily compose expressionist harmony and light music. His jazz met with various means of the European avant-garde, clusters, hyperchromatic scales, rhythmic palindromes, duration, rose, etc. He was perfectly aware that his music eludes labeling. At the Union of Composers, assigning his music to one committee or another was a real challenge. I quote, "No one can decide where to place me, so I go from light music to symphonic and back again, to no avail. I just don't know what else to do." As far as film music is concerned, this very ease of composing in a variety of styles proved to be a rare quality, which Oșanitsky knew how to make the most of. The two films chosen as examples are musically as different as possible, but there is an unexpected thematic link between them, which I will return to. I'll take the two films under discussion in turn. Parașutiștii. The director Dinu Cocea became very popular in the 60s and 70s through the series of films Haiducii, The Outlaws, appreciated by Nicolae Ceaușescu himself. It was a mixture of counterfeit history, folk legends, and local Western atmosphere. Cowboy-looking gunmen posed as national heroes eager for social justice, a kind of communists avant la lettre. It is not without interest that in 2000, Cocea received a prestigious award from the American Academy of Motion Pictures, I quote, "for films made in the American way." The Paratroopers bears the same double stamp of nationalist propaganda and nostalgia for a life like in America. The action swings all the time between two parallel realities: the professional life of the main character, Lung Khan, a lieutenant colonel in a military paratrooper unit, and his private life. Lung Khan, played by the actor Florin Piersic, put his duty in his country before everything else. His line, "I'm training soldiers, that's what my country wants," concentrates the essence of his devotion and patriotism. His best friend and also his deputy, Major Deleanu, is a kind of conscience for him, and not by chance, he is also the Communist Party secretary. Deleanu's fatal parachute accident marks him, but he finds the strength to move on. The final scene is meant to be mobilizing and moralizing in the nationalist spirit of the time. All the soldiers follow Lung Khan, they resume parachute jumps, they all put the country first. Outside the military unit, we see an entirely different man, hesitant and playboy-like. Married and father of a child, he enters into an extramarital affair and until the end fails to clarify his feelings for the two women. Of course, such a subject was extremely delicate from the perspective of communist morality, which is why it's constructed rather vaguely, more hinted at. Throughout the film, various American symbols also attract attention. Lung Khan drives a red convertible. His child watches the Flintstone. We see on the street a Pepsi commercial. We also see shots of an idyllic, clean Bucharest where one can fill up with gasoline without queuing. Obviously, the reality experienced by the people of Bucharest was quite different. The action shifts at one point to the seaside, to a recently built hotel with a comforting Western feel. In illustrating these two hard-to-reconcile worlds, Oșanițchi's music is meant to further deepen the contrast between them. The opening credits and the beginning of the film introduce us to the military environment with a dramatic march. The cello initiates a dark, enigmatic discourse on hexatonic scale elements counterpointed by parallel minor triad chords on the piano and by an incisive rhythm of the small drum. This is followed by a choral march entitled Noi suntem parașutiștii, we are the paratroopers. Also, some of the melodic motifs have been anticipated on the piano. The triumphalist character of the choral march is in total opposition to the dramatic mood originally impressed. This also led to an interesting critical comment on the music in a review of the time concerning, I quote, the real march used two telkel on the screen without any contribution from the composer. I am sure that the author, Alice Monoiu, did not suspect for a moment that Oșanițchi himself had composed the real march. This was not his first experience of this kind. He had previously been asked to write songs for the Army Festival, I Defend You and I Sing You, My Homeland. We will listen to the march, the choral march. Included in the film 3 times, the Paratrooper March was undoubtedly convincing to the censor's ears, most likely distracting them from the drama of the main character's civilian life. The family crisis he's going through deepens with the appearance on the scene of Nora, Valeria Seciu, a strangely beautiful chess player. Apparently, the two try to resist their own feelings, but to no avail. It's interesting that none of the characters in the film are actually happy. Not the two of them, not the wife, and not even the child who takes refuge in a herbarium. And here the music plays its exemplary card in highlighting the various scenes in the film. It maintains an atmosphere of sadness, melancholy, and nostalgia, expressing more than words can at times. The music also conveys a certain sensuality that the rather unnatural, often too poetic dialogues between Luncan and Nora fail to express. The central theme of the film, lyrical par excellence, entitled Song, was very popular at the time in the version sung by Aura Urzicianu. This song appears associated with the Luncan-Ioana couple and takes on very different variants. A tango, which functions as a diegetic music, also a jazz piece, which is heard when the couple go to a bar, and while dancing, the two have flashbacks of the happy moments of their relationship. These variants. is also a theme of Nora, deduced from the first notes of the song. Numerous variants, allusions to the two themes are heard throughout the film in a remarkable stylistic diversity. Slow jazz, swing, nocturnal, imitative polyphony, and so on. Of course, the returns of the paratroopers march after episodes of lyricism and reverie seem almost grotesque. On the other hand, one should not lose sight of the contribution of this march to the ideological legitimization of the film, without which it probably could not have passed the censorship. The second film, Un comisar acuză, is another typical example of the combination of two very different visions. On the one hand, that of the director Sergiu Nicolaescu, eager to make gangster films in the American manner, with an exceptional hero played by himself in the foreground. And on the other hand, the condition imposed by the official ideology of assuming a political significance. The result is a kind of political policier set in 1940, a troubled year in Romanian history, when the legionary fascist movement loyal to Hitler managed to briefly come to power alongside Marshal Ion Antonescu. The plot is based on a true fact, the political assassinations committed by the legionnaires on the night of 26 to 29 November 1940 in Jilava prison. The historical fake begins with the picturesque line of the legionary leader Paraipan, Gheorghe Dinică, "Comrades, let's kill the communists too." In Romanian is more picturesque. I assure you, inducing the idea that they were strong political opponents who had to be eliminated. Actually, the communists were insignificant at the time, while they are portrayed as united and ready to change the world. The fictional police commissioner Moldovan, called to investigate the murders committed in Jilava, is a lone wolf, which makes him vulnerable. A police commissioner has all the ingredients of a successful action movie: pace, vivacity, a charming hero, lots of gunplay, and last but not least, humor. At the time, however, almost all reviewers were quick to point out and praise its political accent. But it was also criticized for, I quote, borrowing more than visibly from gangster raids for the exercise of style on themes given by other realities and other cinema. Even Nicolaescu's involvement in too many roles was the subject of some ironies. I quote, "He gave the idea, wrote the script, directed and played the title role. When will he sign the sets and music?" Speaking of music, also Nicolaescu has dealt quite accurately with period reenactments, cars, shop signs, costume, etc. The music is 1970s, and I have no doubt he intended it to be modern, edgy, like something out of a film made in the West. Throughout the film, jazz sounds predominate. There is only one number that suggests an interwar atmosphere, a foxtrot. The genre of the film is indicated by the music from the very beginning with the credits, an alert, rhythmic, mysterious sound environment made only of drum set, from which the police commissioner's theme, noted in the score Sergiu's accent, and 3 thematic variants associated with the legionnaires will be profiled. Sergiu's accent is intoned just as the title appears on the screen, and then, of course, in connection with various of his actions. Okay. Of the Legionnaires themes, the first one on which the Jilava execution takes place is the most complex and involve a large ensemble. I don't know if I have time.
You have a couple of minutes still.
Oh, thank you very much. You're so generous.
Deschide. Lopeanu Orheanu Tănăsescu. Casapul Zisu Băieriu.
Of course, there are other themes, one associated with the commissioner's family, vaguely nostalgic with an electronic organ timbre in the foreground. Another one suggestive for the caricatured character Tănăsescu, the undercover legionnaire put to supervise the commissioner. Sorry. Some folk-like songs in the scenes spent at the taverns, Radu Mamei, for example. Surprising, however, is the music of the party given in Nae Ionescu's house, where the famous legionary ideologist tries to bribe Moldovan. What you hear is nothing but the song from Paratroopers in a jazz version, a rather bizarre exercise in recycling. And speaking of historical fakery, by the time the film begins, November 1940, Nae Ionescu was no longer alive. He had died in March of the same year. Who cares, exactly. What should also be noted here is that while communists are an important presence in the film's economy, they have no musical theme of their own. Most likely, the censors didn't notice this. And besides, it would be interesting to know if and to what extent the supervisors understood the music in the films and interfered with it. Unlike Paratroopers, the soundtrack here is in no way supports political propaganda, leaving the communists, if only musically, without a voice of their own. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Florinella. Super interesting with the, as you said, illusion of Westernization through music and sound. Any questions from the audience and scholars? Yes.
No, this is on now. Thank you, Florinella. I was really struck by the juxtaposition of Marina's paper and yours around something to do with popular music and maybe the middle brow, which emerges around the 70s, because I'm just, in the Soviet context, there's a really lengthy debate in Sovietskaya Muzika around estrada in the 1960s, and a feeling that the high art canon is not working in the same way. And that narrative of those composer biopics going into the intelligentsia sphere rather than the mass sphere. Is there a debate in Romanian musicology around that kind of the light genre? Is there an explicit discussion of popular music, which is neither highbrow and elite or properly popular and bottom up? Because this is this interesting space, isn't it, of quasi-commercialized, potentially westernized. Middlebrow is not a word I really want to go to. Sorry, I'm explaining this really badly, but is there actually a discussion of this kind of quasi-popular, but in a regulated cultural economy? So it's very badly explained, but I hope there's an idea in there. Maybe not.
I'm not sure.
How do the others find it? Was there a discussion about, yeah, please.
Alex would,
Mhm.
maybe Alex would tell us more about
Yes,
this,
it's
because
true.
he's a specialist in Romanian jazz. But as far as I know, there was no discussion. There was a discussion about popular music in the 50s, when in our review Musica, there were articles explaining how live or entertaining or popular music should be. And they were written by composers who were very famous in interwar period, Circulescu or women. So that was in the 50s regulating how this should be. But otherwise, the interesting fact is that musicology in Romania was very distinctly separated in classical academic music. There were some journalists actually who wrote about entertaining popular music and other branches. So I don't know if there was a discussion. Maybe Alex knows something else.
Yes, and I think while you're transferring the yeah, yeah.
I want that this is why we were laughing, because some movies that were really dumb and ridiculous for us were in a way their quality, if such things existed, was enhanced by the music of Oșaniță. So we all loved somehow the music, and it was quite a huge contradiction between the music and the film. So this is why we were laughing, because here is really maybe the dialect is not far.
Well, I think jazz was, as I told you last night, jazz was in beginning with 48 till 63 a band music. No word in radio or in press. The word jazz doesn't exist. But the jazz was played day and night at the radio, in the restaurants and discs, and that's why this kind of music was a playground for the films too, and especially the jazz for the 40s, foxtrot and other classical styles. But Oșaniță was the one who adapted the modern jazz to any kind of actions, characters, landscapes, and other elements of the film. And I think it was very modern, his music in 1972, when Policeman Accuses, or Commissar Accuses, was made. Yes, today the film, Valentina has right, the characters in the film are can be passed away, but the music still remains, still resists. And we can see it from the Paratroopers, the modern jazz music, and other films.
Explain, but actually there are many layers of in the reception of these movies who are still very popular today. Un comisar acuză and the other one, you know, cu mâinile curate, of course, with
Like clean hands.
This, she's laughing because, yeah, I will tell you after that, in the coffee break one. So these two are in the same topic area, and with the music of Oshanitsky, which is really modern, jazzy, very good, so quite a sort of like Mission Impossible was here. And again, another layer is made by the actors. The actors are great, and you never know if they actually are themselves serious or ironic. You can, when you look at these movies, because some actors like Farai Pandini are really great, you never know if they are really there or they're mocking themselves. What happens? You cannot say. We assume that they're mocking. On the other hand, there is Sergiu Nicolaescu, the director, who is a very bad actor, but he's a good-looking man, and he plays in all these movies some roles. This is why Florinela said that he's doing everything, because he was quite a narcissist. Yes. And well, he was a good, I don't know, filmmaker in a way. But I think also he assumed the ambiguity between doing a propaganda movie actually with not very likable music by the communist regime. I mean, the music was quite, yeah, and innovative in a way comparing to the thing. So there are indeed some layers there, and this is why we are laughing, because it's ridiculous for us.
And that's why we still like to watch sometimes these films for the actors and for music.
Yes, and I feel also I'm using the right of a chair here and to state that while I've watched a lot of 1960s and 1970s Finnish advertising, TV advertising and film advertising, this kind of music with hard driving bass and drum a combination of a little bit away from the jazz and towards the rock or soul side was ever present in those advertisements which were meant for products for men, for deodorants, for cigarettes that could be at that time could be advertised in television. So this was the musical expression of masculinity, of Western masculinity at that time in Finland, at least. So that's what I was thinking when I was looking at these funny 1940s cars driving into 70s beat to the streets and the leather jackets and the hard driving masculinity. So that's what came to my mind. And it's kind of, yes, it's kind of ironic and a little bit, what's it called? Trash, liking trash mentality, but it still works. And I think those kinds of expressions are still sometimes made in advertisements, at least. Other questions, comments? Maybe I'm not looking long. Well, thank you so much for the interesting presentation. And our third and last presenter today is, hello. Welcome. Sorry, I didn't present myself. Nick Poulakis from Athens, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And he's, sorry, I'm straight going to your subject and not presenting you at all. He's a specialist on ethnomusicological filmmaking and anthropology of film and TV music. And I'm sorry to not know Greek because all your books sound so interesting, but the last 3 books are listed in your bio. and they sound really interesting. And your theme today tackles popular music as film music through Giorgos Mouzakis's music in films. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this interesting conference. My presentation today is titled Popular Music as Film Music, Giorgos Mouzakis and the Vibes of Old Greek Cinema. Giorgos Mouzakis was a prominent Greek composer, renowned for his contributions to light popular music for theatrical and dance performances, who maintained his personal ensemble starting in 1940. Additionally, he showcased his musical talent by playing various instruments, including the trumpet, piano, electric organ, and trombone. He created thousands of music compositions, arrangements, and songs encompassing both light and classical genres, such as music for theatrical works, musical comedies, symphonies, suites, popular operas, and music for vaudeville shows. As a result, he was nicknamed the King of Greek Revue. He also worked in various cinematic productions, creating film scores and songs for those films. His unique music style has been significantly shaped by the popular music he composed for live events in nightclubs, revues, and other stage performances. While he is not widely recognized for his film scores, his contribution to cinema could shed light on the practice of film music during the era of Old Greek cinema. Old Greek cinema is a term that denotes a major Greek film production period from the mid-50s to the early 70s. Some of these films achieved remarkable success and continue to be popular until now through television broadcasting. The examination of Greek cinema through the old versus new dichotomy refers to the ideological construct between the cinema of the producer, emphasizing on the film's genres, and the cinema of the director, emphasizing on the film's auteurs, but also to the evaluative distinction between commercial and art cinema, and has been extensively used by several critics and academics in Greece. Although this theme retains a dominant dualistic orientation, it can be used analytically, bearing in mind its specific historical, cultural, ideological, and epistemological ramifications. During these times, considered the golden age of Greek cinematography, local filmmakers began to define the characteristics of national film industry. The films produced reflected the country's socio-political landscape at this historical period. Old Greek cinema possessed some distinct features, such as limited technological efficiency, an increased number of cinemas and new film companies, an expansion of foreign films distribution, and the prevalence of film genres, producers, and movie stars. Those films shared unique stylistic characteristics, for example, the use of long shots and static camera, the incorporation of scripts, actors, and composers from theater, vaudeville, and revue, the fragmented narration, and the juxtaposition of individual, often unrelated scenes, the employment of standardized narrative structures, theatrical dialogues, and indoor settings, and the strong influence of popular music. Music, especially popular songs and other mainstream genres, played a crucial role in these films' narratives. One of the primary functions of popular music in films is to evoke specific moods that align with their themes or plot. Directors often use popular music as a tool to identify the emotional resonance of particular scenes, creating a profound connection with the audience. By harnessing the familiarity and cultural associations of popular songs, the directors can effectively establish a strong motivating bond between the spectators and the characters, thereby enhancing the overall viewing experience. Furthermore, popular music in films could serve as a cultural signifier, reflecting the social context and the historical backdrop of the story. The integration of popular songs from specific time periods can provide viewers with either a nostalgic and historical or a realistic and validatory perspective by transporting them to the era in which the movie is set. Through the use of popular music, filmmakers can effectively capture the essence of a particular time and place, immersing the audience in the cultural milieu and enhancing the authenticity of the narrative. Another often repeated practice of popular music in films is to provide a marketing tool, which could attract broader audiences by incorporating well-known songs or artists into the soundtrack. The inclusion of popular music can generate excitement and anticipation among fans of the artist, leading to an increased interest in the film. Additionally, it could create a sense of intimacy, drawing in viewers who may be intrigued by the musical selections and inclined to explore the film further. In some cases, popular songs are employed as narrative devices, acting as thematic elements that underscore the central motives of the film and have the power to enhance its aesthetic and cultural appeal, as well as its overall sensorial experience through their melodic and rhythmic elements. By carefully selecting songs that resonate with the themes of the storyline, directors and music supervisors could convey deeper layers of meaning and symbolism, enriching the overall narrative structure and character development. The use of popular music as a narrative tool allows for a more nuanced exploration of complex themes and encourages a deeper engagement with the film's underlying messages and subtexts, but this has been a rather unconventional approach to creating musical backgrounds for film. Since the first attempts to systematically investigate the relationship between music and moving images, some composers, musicologists, and film academics have advanced various models of analysis characterized by a rather simplistic approach that presents film music detached from its filmic and cultural context, limiting its multifaceted exploration to a rationalized breakdown of either its musical structure or cinematic relevance. For example, quite a few scholarly works on film music retain the distinction between art and popular music, not in analytical, interpretive, or empirical terms, but based on evaluative theoretical standards, many of which are now outdated. The term popular music has become a special subject of debate in the academic fields of cultural and musical studies. It refers to a broader classification of music characterized by wide audience outreach, mass media dissemination, and clear commercial dimensions as a product for consumption. It has been usually associated with urban rather than rural space and modernized rather than traditional times of history. And it is usually performed by professional musicians that operate in the intermediate zone of recorded orality. Both in academic and everyday discourse, the term is often contrasted with art music. This has been historically and culturally identified with the elite and upper social classes aesthetics and expressed by musicians who possess a typical Western classical training, incorporating pure artistic forms that avoid the improvisation and innovation and promote the systematization and the art for art's sake doctrine. The idea of film music, as it has been employed in Western film theory and cinematic practice, corresponds to the term film score, namely the background music that accompany the film and which is created by specialized film music composers and meant not to be intentionally heard, but to remain subordinate to the picture. In these terms, film score contradicts source music, which indicates realistic music and popular songs inside film's diegetic world and is therefore disregarded because it is not considered genuine film music. Concerning the Greek experience, these concepts have received diverse meanings from time to time in different contexts. In particular, the relationship between Greek films and popular music has been scarcely investigated, although played a significant role by overturning the image-sound hierarchy in favor of the audio track to occupy a central position in cinematic production and perception, especially in the sphere of Old Greek cinema. Yorgos Mouzakis' music for film could fit in this specific case. Today's presentation builds upon content located in the Composer's Archive, which is housed at the Music Library of Greece Lilian Voudouri under the ownership of the Friends of Music Society. The last few years, the Society has financed various projects related to the library's archives. This project was related to the film music of Yorgos Mouzakis. I will use examples from the film I Vouleftina, the Congresswoman, for which Mouzakis composed the music and whose musical material was found in the archive. The Congresswoman was a 1966 movie of Karagiannis Karatzopoulos Film Production Company, which was directed by Kostas Karagiannis himself, based on a script written by the well-known variety and music dance shows authors Lakis Michailidis and Yorgos Katsabis, starring the famous actress and comedian Rena Vlachopoulou, who was also an acknowledged singer in theatrical reviews. Rena Varlamou, a witty and resourceful woman, takes on the pre-election campaign of her fiancé, Periklis Arapis, a tavern owner who has founded a political party and aspires to become a member of the parliament. She attempts to ground him in reality but fails, and finally Periklis is not elected. However, the sudden death of her uncle, who had been re-elected as a representative, leads Rena to the parliament, as he had included her in his electoral list as an alternate. Thus, she becomes the first congresswoman in Greece and tries to accomplish a number of significant projects in her hometown, causing an upheaval in her relationship with Periklis, who struggles to adapt to the new circumstances. Although there was a niche for political satire in old Greek cinema, and following Vlachopoulou's popularity and excellent performance quality at that time, Kostas Karagiannis' film achieved significant ticket sales and ranked sixth at the annual Greek box office. The film script incorporates the political satire from that era, playing humorously with Greek election habits, embracing commonplace viewpoints that often sidestep fundamental issues and interpreting the people's problems through the lens of a tribal partisan lobbying. In these cases, the satire is even more mild than usual, bordering on light theatrical comedy and vaudeville acts. It is worth noting that the film was released in cinemas just a few years after the parliamentary elections of February 1956, the first general election in Greece in which all women had the right to vote. Women had first voted in a local election in Thessaloniki in 1953, which marked the first instance of a female congresswoman being elected to the Greek parliament. Popular music in old Greek cinema films often sets the boundaries of the cinematic narrative, imparting a sense of authenticity and plausibility. It also helps the viewer define the elements of the filmic world in terms of time and location, but also the surrounding context of a specific spatiotemporal realm. As stated by Simon Frith, popular music in film performs particular phenomenological functions, such as creating an emotional identification with the viewer, constructing a defined psychological and cultural atmosphere, as well as bridging filmic fiction with extra filmic realities. Miyazakis non-diegetic music for this film incorporates the aforementioned characteristics, which bring together the vibes of popular music outside cinema with the trends of the 60s Greek film music. Background music in The Congresswoman refers to an imaginative and transcendent relationship between the two media, sound and image, a new intermixed experience that encompasses the seemingly contradictory dimensions of cinematic diegesis, the filmic world, and actual reality, the real world, and underlines the ambivalent status of music in cinema. The composer's archive contains the movie's entire musical material, comprising the full score, individual parts, and notes for the film's music. The orchestration includes a flute, two trumpets, a trombone, a baritone, a farfisa, an early electronic keyboard instrument, something in between an accordion and organ, drums, a guitar, a xylophone, 4 violins, an alto saxophone, 4 mandolins, a clarinet, a piano, a violoncello, and a contrabass. The composition is structured into 9 acts and 26 numbers. We can clearly see the instruments list and the complete musical structure of the film reproduced on the movie's cue sheet notes. Well, the first clip we're going to watch is number 9, titled Agora, which shows Rena in a hurry struggling to influence potential voters at a central market in the town by handing out ballots.
Καλημέρα και Σωτήρη μου.
Καλώς την Εσπινίδα Ρένα. Τι θα πάρετε?
Τι θα πάρω? Την ψήφο σου.
Την ψήφο μου?
Την ψήφο σου, πάρε εδώ.
Τι είναι αυτό, ψηφοδέλτιο?
Ψηφοδέλτιο.
He says, I want your vote. In old Greek cinema films, the narrative depiction of the film's world is mainly achieved through diegetic music. Rick Altman articulates several features of popular music, which, in contrast to the conventional style and function of non-diegetic music, could multiply the viewer's cinematic involvement. Specifically, popular music is connected to language as meant to be sung, predictable as relied on simple aesthetic systems and unsophisticated musical models, memorable as the spectators can easily retain and recall it, and interactive as it dynamically engages the physical presence of the spectators. The inclusion of popular music in old Greek cinema films totally aligns with the above connotations and is influenced by the preferences and decisions of the producer, director, and composer, as well as by the way its song is received by its audiences. These films usually encompass popular songs as diegetic representations of live musical performances, particularly in music and dance sequences depicting nightclub shows. This is a distinctive feature of popular music occurrences in Greek films, which, although retaining the episodic nature of the Hollywood musicals, hold a distinctive performative significance due to particular extra cinematic contextual references. In contrast to classical American musicals, where music and dance numbers contribute to the narrative unity of the film, a diegetic song performance in old Greek cinema functions more as an interruption, a pause, or a break in the storyline. This practice has been well-established convention in Greek motion pictures production. The rationale behind this practice could find cinematic, historical, and cultural justification in the context of older forms of musical theater and other stage spectacles in Greece. As highlighted by Giorgos Arbatsis, the content of all Greek cinema films often revolves around the popular songs of the time, known as laiki musiki or bouzoukia, highlighting the musical, structural, and cultural ideological compilation of these soundtracks. The second clip from the film occurs in a local neighborhood tavern, where Rena performs Mouzaki's popular song titled The Money, referring to the financial irregularities of political figures. This music and dance act is not included in the film's musical material and has been recorded in the studio by a different ensemble. A typical playback scene for that year's popular film music. The song was released the same year as an individual track in a Philips 7-inch record. This has also been a common practice in Greek film and music industries, emphasizing their synergy for the promotion of both cinematic and musical products.
Ορχήστρα, παίξε τα τέλεια σου, θέλω να τραγουδήσω. Σε κυβερνάει ο Παράς, άνθρωπε είσαι φουκαράς. Δεν το κατάλαβες ακόμη, ότι στο τέλος θα τα φάνει κληρονόμοι. Δεν το κατάλαβες ακόμη, ότι στο τέλος θα τα φάνει κληρονόμοι. Όσοι τα ακούν και τα μαζεύουν, τη ζωή τους λιγοστεύουν.
Okay, so I'll skip this. The last clip from the movie, number 26, titled The Wedding, introduced what we could describe as a film music cliché. The shots depict the wedding of Rena and Pericles. Although the scene takes place inside a Greek Orthodox church, Mouzakis chooses to underscore it by using the standard musical cliché of Felix Mendelssohn's Wedding March, which has become synonymous with Catholic marriage ceremonies. The composer inventively develops his musical idea by improvising on the farfisa to conclude the film's sequence.
Έγινε και αυτό, Ρένα μου.
Το κακό δεν αργεί να γίνει. Να ζήσετε και να ψηφίσετε.
Πάρα πολύ να ζήσετε. Ευχαριστώ, να είστε καλά. Ευχαριστώ, κύριε. Να είστε καλά.
Popular music has been a fundamental source of inspiration for film composers in the Old Greek cinema, playing an essential role in crafting a musical ambience, a filmic soundscape familiar to the cinematic audience. The juxtaposition of various musical traditions had led to the emergence of a new musical style, the origin of which can also be found in a variety of genres of Greek light music and the fragmented nature of earlier theatrical review and vaudeville shows. In his early study of cultural dimensions of Greek commercial cinema, Dimitris Eleftherioutis takes a stand against the prevailing notions of authenticity and imitation concerning the films of the old Greek cinema, noting that despite any references to foreign standards, popular Greek films of the 60s are domestic in all senses of the word. They are indeed an internal Greek affair made for native consumption, placed in a local scenery and usually related to indigenous subjects. In old Greek cinema, popular music and song occupies a key place regardless of the film's genre, director, and composer. Yorgos Mouzakis' popular film music and songs for old Greek cinema function as living agents of the viewer's empathy with the movies, embodying strong representational energy and performative dynamics in line with what Anahit Kasabian would call affiliating identification, where the audience engages the film's music through an open, mutually subjective and collective process. Thank you very much.
Interesting to watch actually the clips working like music videos in a way separated from the rest of the narrative. Questions and comments from you? We are eating into our coffee break time. I'm aware of that. So one question from, no, I think I saw a hand, but yes.
Okay. Congratulations. I have a few questions. The first one, I was wondering, your periodization, 50s and early
mid-50s to
mid-70s. This kind of periodization is connected somehow with the European movement or something that was done in Eastern Europe, something like that. I mean, what are
it's the period after the Second World War, and it includes the Greek dictatorship from 1967 to 1974. So it's this whole period.
And another question. I think that I can't remember there is a very famous film with Aliki Bougiougli. Η κόρη μου, η σοσιαλίστρια, my daughter, the socialist woman or something like this. The composer was the same.
No, I don't remember, but it's not the same.
It is not the same. And the last question, and I promise, is there any connection for the Cretan composers who produced like blockbusters? You know, the Zorbas, the Greek, with Kakoyannis and Theodorakis, and your composer who seems to be belong to the same tradition of Crete?
Not exactly, because Mouzakis worked mainly in light popular music, different from Theodorakis' art popular music.
Very short. Okay. That's
Follow up of the question. Of course, for me, also Miki Theodorakis is the known Greek film music composer. But I remember I was a teenager and I had a LP, and I was so fascinated. It was one of my favorite LPs some years, with the music from Fedra. Is
Fedra.
this Fedra? Yeah. It was in the 60s co-production, and the music was by Mikis Theodorakis. So is there also something similar to your topic?
No, it's another tradition. It's more to the new Greek cinema. This distinction between old and new Greek cinema is not
Not only chronological.
not only chronological, but also aesthetical. And
I think this.
so Kakogiannis belongs mainly to the new, as Kakogiannis, Angelopoulos, yes.
And Theodorakis then is more
More to
new.
this.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We will thank our brilliant speakers once again together and then proceed to coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, dear friends. Shall we continue the next session, please? Thank you.
The next part of our symposium, at the beginning, I'd like to say some words about this symposium. Film music is well known as an artistic reality, as a basic element of the cinema show, but we still know very little about the ideatic and technical connections between historical, political, artistic climates and the original and the musical commentary to be inserted in the film. That's why it was an interesting and nice occasions for us, for me at least, to find out a lot of ideas, details, and meaningful musical samples. The subject, film and music, is yet necessary to be studied concerning the Romanian creations. So there are a lot of Romanian films waiting to be revealed for this point of view. The first example is the paper of Andreea Mitu about the music composed by Ion Dumitrescu for screen, which is very little known. Please.
Thank you.
Good luck for me too.
Although the history of Romanian music registers Ion Dumitrescu in various roles, such as published and awarded composer, professor at the Bucharest Conservatory, or conductor at the National Theatre in Bucharest, the position from which he had the greatest influence on the development of music in Romania was that of General Secretary and later President of the Union of Composers and Musicologists. Ion Dumitrescu spent no less than 23 years between 1954 and 1977 in a position that gave him so great decision-making power in a period when it was not easy for many composers to find the middle way between the desire for innovation, for keeping up with the emerging trends in musical thinking and vocabulary around the world, and the ideological impositions of the party in power in our country.
on the one hand adored by the group of traditionalist composers whom he constantly endorsed, and on the other hand blamed by the so-called avant-garde composers who often did not find in him the support they needed, Ion Dumitrescu led the Composers Union all these years, showing remarkable management and social skills. He always surrounded himself with people who supported him, and he was careful to show his gratitude for that. Ion Dumitrescu's composing work was particularly prolific in his youth, before he became General Secretary of Composers Union in 1954. This is a fact that Ilinca Dumitrescu, the composer's daughter, also points out in the interview that opens the volume A Modern Classic, Ion Dumitrescu, published by the Romanian Academy in 2006. After 1954, he devoted himself to the Composers Union and largely contributed from the early years to the drafting of a copyright law and to the establishment of the Music Publishing House. A rather traditionalist composer himself, a proponent of the tonal system with influences from the Romanian folklore, Ion Dumitrescu has composed in various genres: symphonic, chamber, choral, vocal music, but also a lot of music for theater and film. Between 1941 and 1947, he was conductor and composer of the National Theatre in Bucharest, during which time he wrote music for dozens of plays. Unfortunately, it seems that most of Ion Dumitrescu's stage music scores were burned in the German bombing of Bucharest on August 24, 1944, when the theater building was most likely destroyed by mistake, the target being the Palace of Telecommunications. The experience gained during these years proved useful in the following period, when the composer would create consistently in the field of film music. Ion Dumitrescu is recorded by Viorel Cosma in the volume Romanian Musicians Lexicon as the author of music for 9 films, both short and feature films and documentaries. Within the project Film Music in Romania between 1941 and 1989, in the National Film Archives, to which we had access, we identified the music scores of 4 of them, 1 short documentary film and 3 feature films. The research of this music proved to be difficult because of the lack of information or the different and sometimes contradictory records found in various volumes or online, but also because of the poor physical condition of the scores found, often only in the form of score parts, of instrument parts, sometimes incomplete or damaged. My choice to investigate film music composed by Ion Dumitrescu was motivated by a larger research on him that I'm currently undertaking. But at this point, my first thought was, what am I going to write? How could I have chosen such a poorly documented subject? I then realized that I'm most likely neither the first nor the last researcher to encounter this situation, and that to tell you about it and what information I was, however, able to gather might be useful as a research exercise. The plan I made at the beginning of this research contained the following steps. Identify in the National Film Archives the film music scores composed by Ion Dumitrescu. 2, assess the quality of the scores and scan them. 3, browse short synopses of the movies in the volumes of Romanian cinema that were made available to us within the project or from other sources. 4, watch the films while following the score and identify some characteristics of the music. 5, reflection in the press of the time. It is a plan that at the time seemed simple and feasible. Here, however, is what has materialized from this plan. Point 1 of the work plan. Out of the 9 films listed by Viorel Cosma in the lexicon under Ion Dumitrescu's name, I managed to identify 4 as follows: the documentary The Capital's Gardens, Grădinile Capitalei, and the feature films The Unfolding, Desfășurarea, Ionuț's Brigade, Brigada lui Ionuț, and The Bugler's Grandsons, Nepoții Gornistului. Point 2 of the work plan. For the 3 feature films, the National Film Archives only keeps the instruments part, and I have not had access yet to the score for the music of the documentary The Capital's Gardens. I managed to scan the music for the film The Bugler's Grandsons. There are over 1,000 pages in instruments part, which could not give me an overall soundscape of the music. For point 3 of the plan, going through short synopsis of the films, I had a little more inconsistent research material and was thus able to gather some insights into the topics covered in these films. So here's some information about the 4 films that I found relevant in my attempt to edify myself on the film music composed by Ion Dumitrescu. The Capital's Gardens, the first film, is a documentary film that Călin Căliman, in his History of Romanian Film 1897 to 2017, classifies as a travel documentary. It is a film by the director Paul Călinescu, for which I could not clearly establish the year of production because it differs from one source to another, and it differs drastically, actually. Călin Căliman, in the history of Romanian film, notes the year 1942. Ion Cantacuzino and Manuela Gheorghiu in contemporary Romanian cinema, 1949 to 1975, note the year 1945. And Florin Joroc in Aesthetics of Sound in Romanian Short Film notes the year 1934. The same year, 1934, is also recorded on the Cinemagia and Sahia Vintage websites. It is unlikely that 1934 is the correct year, since it would find Ion Dumitrescu at the age of 21 in his first year of study at the Bucharest Conservatory. In his diary, published by Muzica magazine over several years in a series called My Diary Files, Filele mele de calendar, Ion Dumitrescu recalls this first encounter with film music, having been asked to write the music for the travel documentary The Capital's Gardens. As he says, I think that I came to the film by chance. Back then, only Paul Constantinescu wrote film music. He had filled the film library of the National Tourism Office. At some point, he probably got fed up and passed on to me The Capital's Gardens. The film was a fascinating walk through the parks of Bucharest, in the paradise of a blooming spring. It caught me, it moved me, I let it go. The melodies were flowing. I had no trouble with orchestrations because over the years in the theater, I had practiced with all kinds of experiences. Another movie, The Unfolding, a film directed by the same Paul Călinescu, erroneously recorded by Viorel Cosma in Romanian Musicians Lexicon, having Jean Mihail as director, can also be found with the information about the year of production recorded differently from one volume to another, being either 1953, 54, or 55. The film, based on a novel by Marin Preda with the same title and a screenplay by the writer and director together, is the debut film of two great actors, Colea Răutu and Ernest Maftei. The subject of the film follows the destiny of the peasant Ilie Barbu, played by Colea Răutu, one of the poorest people in the village, who fights for the establishment of the so-called CAP, which in Romanian is Cooperativa Agricolă de Producție, and in English would probably be Agricultural Production Cooperative, seen by him and the other peasants as the only way to a better life, an alliance that the exploitative landlords try to prevent. The film follows the socialist realist aesthetic of those years, but brings something new. For the first time, it introduces a character portraying a corrupt party member who seeks to enrich himself on the expense of the peasants by asking them to hand over larger quotas than would have been possible. In his book, The Deaf Film in Silent Romania, quoted by Raluca Durbaca in the article Socialist Realism in Romanian Cinema, published in the cultural film magazine Film Menu in July 2014, journalist and writer Cristian Tudor Popescu notes that a similar event was taking place in Romanian politics during those years. President Gheorghe Gheorghiu Dej had subjected the entire party to a scrutiny in order to uncover the so-called hostile element. He had arrested the party leaders Ana Paucăr, Teohari Georgescu, and Vasile Luca for right-wing deviation, and Lucrețiu Pătrășcanu had already been imprisoned for several years and was to be sentenced to death and executed. All these arrests and executions were followed by meetings of the creative unions attended by party members, at which those present were expected to speak and publicly name the colleagues they considered guilty of right-wing deviation and appeasement. Maybe I should clarify a little bit these two terms. The right-wing deviation it represents the infiltration of capitalist elements into the party and into the working class, and appeasement, which in Romanian is împăciuitorism. I'm not sure that this is the correct translation, but I think it's probably the closest one. It defines a conciliatory attitude towards the deviators. The screenplay for the movie Ionuț's Brigade, written by Mihail Leonard and directed by Jean Mihail, sets the action of the film in the Jiu Valley, where a team of coal miners join forces to invent a device to make their work easier and more productive. They are sabotaged by an old-fashioned engineer and his allies who put all sorts of obstacles in their way, even to the point of collapsing the mine site where this pioneering brigade was working. The main character, Ionuț, played by the actor Emanuel Petruț, doesn't let himself be defeated, and with the support of the party organization and the help of the collective he belongs to, manages to build the so-called loader and to put it into production. The music of the film belongs to Ion Dumitrescu, Ion Vasilescu, Vasile Popovici, and Gerace Dendrino, all of them members of the Composers Union. To summarize the subject of the third feature movie, The Bugler's Grandsons, directed by Dinu Negreanu, dated 1953, I will quote Raluca Durbacă, who in the same article from July 2014 issue of the Film Menu magazine gives a critical description of it. Thus, she notes, the movie follows the biographies of three generations engaged in class struggle. Grandfather, the bugler, who called the assault on Grivița in 1877, then persecuted by the government during the 1907 uprising. His son, an outlaw communist soldier during the First World War, murdered by factory owner Racovicianu's son for refusing to fight the Russians. And the grandsons, also outlaw communists, who sabotaged Racovicianu's factory and the Ploiești refineries, trying to stop the Hitler war machine, and are basically responsible for August 23rd, 1944. The historical truth is distorted and the propaganda is suffocating. It declaims time and again the Romanian communists are visionaries who sense the coming of a golden age, and their belief in the Red Army is almost mystical. They shout brothers, they deliver a speech in front of armed soldiers ready to shoot at the demonstrators, in which they are reminded that they have poverty in common. They storm the gates and carry the martyr's coffin on their arms in a procession. The outlaw communists fighting to remove the bourgeoisie from power are saved at the last moment by the appearance of the Red Army. The music of the film belongs to Ion Dumitrescu, Ion Vasilescu, and Marțian Negrea. In 1954, as I mentioned before, the year Ion Dumitrescu took over the leadership of the Composers Union in April, the composer received the state prize for 1953 for the music to the movie Ionuț's Brigade and the Bugler's Grandsons. The same year, he was also awarded the title of Emeritus Master of Arts. The subject of these films paint an extremely realistic picture of the dominant ideology of those years. Just like all the other arts, Romanian cinema served as a powerful propaganda tool for the Communist Party, promoting socialist ideology and emphasizing the importance of the working class and the collective good. For point 4 of my plan, watching the films while following the score and identifying some characteristics of the music, I had the most disappointing surprise. I could not find, watch, and thus listen to the music for any of the 4 films, for which only part scores are to be found in the National Film Archives. Regarding coverage in the national press, point 5 of my working plan, I will now quote brief extracts from the publications of the time with reference to the music of Ion Dumitrescu composed for the movies covered by this paper. While reading these echoes in the press, we must always keep in mind what the political situation was at the moment in Romania, and that the press was entirely controlled by the communist ruling party. The press of the time did not have many good things to say about the film The Unfolding. The same goes for the music of this film. Scânteia Tineretului of January 1955 published a review by Iulian Mihu for this film entitled The Face of Ilie Barbu on the Screen. Although the subject of the film is well received, the review is not a positive one. Mihu, considering that, as a cinematic expression, the film remains in some respects an example of insufficient directorial boldness. As for the music, he notes, Ion Dumitrescu's countless previous compositions have contributed to the qualitative elevation of many films, with the music often playing a direct dramatic role. This time, unfortunately, the music created for The Unfolding abounds in exaggerated pathetic accents that unconvincingly attempt to give the film a rhythm where this quality is lacking in the production. About the same film, in the publication Scânteia of January 1955, journalists Costin and Vrancea comment on the music as follows. The music for the film The Unfolding was created by Ion Dumitrescu, winner of the State Prize, who had accustomed us to an expressive, penetrating music, which consistently raised the artistic level of the film. This time, however, perhaps due to the fact that some episodes are not rich enough in ideas, the music does not present itself at the level of previous creations. So very similar reactions. In Contemporanul, January-June 1955, Valentin Silvestru publishes an extensive review in which he says about the music. Music would have made a significant contribution here. This time, however, the composer Ion Dumitrescu has no longer concerned himself with connecting the music to the conflict of the film, and thus, with the need to help characterize the heroes in conflict, but gave a general musical illustration which does not seem to take into account the concrete events and the precise states of mind of the characters. The echoes regarding the filmmaking of Ionuț's Brigade were very similar to those of The Unfolding, pointing out its minuses. But as for the music, they were positive. Here's what several newspapers of the time were noting. The newspaper Scânteia, in June 1954, published an article written by Mihai Pop in which he, referring to the music of the film, said, "A success is the film's music, signed by the composer Ion Dumitrescu. The musical score, in which folkloric intonations often resound, is inspired, melodious, and often characterizes the action in an expressive way. The melodies of composers Ion Vasilescu, Vasile Popovici, and Gherase Dendrino are also very good." In Contemporanul, January-June 1954, Mircea Dragan reviews the film and comments that the music suggestively underlines many of the film's scenes. And in România Liberă, in June 1954 issue, Eugen Vladimir notes that it must be emphasized that the music of composer Ion Dumitrescu intertwines and reinforces the dramatic intensity of the various scenes in the film. Regarding the film The Buchler's Grandsons, in an extended article on film music published in Contemporanul in 1956, Mihai Rădulescu writes that Ion Dumitrescu focused mainly on dramatic unity and intensity, sometimes at the risk of certain monotony in tension. In România Liberă, the issue of November 1953, Ecaterina Oproiu observes, as far as Ion Dumitrescu's music is concerned, it constitutes a creative element of the film that deepens the drama of certain moments, helping to create the atmosphere, to understand more deeply certain scenes, the state of mind of the heroes. Positive echoes regarding the music of this film can also be found in Contemporanul from July to December 1953 in an article by director Victor Iliu. Composer Ion Dumitrescu's music played a considerable role in underlining and enhancing the content of various scenes and episodes, amplifying their drama and emotional force to the limit. There are moments in the film that cannot be separated from the music, moments that cannot exist without its dramatic and emotional contribution. This is a great credit to the composer, who fully understands the specific role of film music. On the subject of this paper, I would not be able to draw a conclusion at this stage of the research. There are still many documents to investigate, volumes to read, movies to watch, and scores to listen to and analyze. My hope is that this project will continue in the years to come and that I will have the chance to discover more about the film music of Ion Dumitrescu.
Thank you. It's clear the press documents are very, very important for us now. If in 1950s the critical opinions were sound supported by the regime, now as we are free, please express yourself and about the paper you just heard.
Thank you. Should I put it on or no? Okay, first class presentation. Thank you. You can be really proud of this. I love how you presented the process and presented the actual, good and bad things that happen when you do archival research. That's excellent. One question regarding the press sources. I feel it's really detailed music commentary on films. Was this the general press or music press that you were?
It was general press.
Really?
It was a general press. There were articles on film music published.
So this was this typical, or was this because the composer was leading the composers union, or did that have something to do?
Yeah, I think probably that was a big part of being published, but also we noticed that there are some bad reviews of his music, and those were for a film that was made a year before he became president of the Composers Union. But from the same year, in the same year, he composed the music for 2 other movies. And in 1954, so after he was the president of the Composers Union, he was awarded the prize, the state prize for those other 2 movies done in 1953. So, yeah.
Yes, please.
I might add some information because it was also my question somehow. The people who signed these reviews were film directors, many of them, Oproiu, Mihu, Mircea Dragan. Some of them were film critics, some of them were names I never heard about, and only Mihai Radulescu, if it's the same one, was a musical journalist. So very interesting is that there were not musicians, those who signed the articles. And very interesting is also that 10 years later or more, when I searched for my movies articles, music was not really commented in reviews, only by other composers and so professionals. I was surprised to find such comments in the beginning of the 50s, dealing with music.
May I ask you something? Why the critics, the musicologists or the music publishers were not present in the press?
They were, but they were not concerned in movies. I mean, it was not their job, actually, I suppose. There were film critics, there were music critics, and they didn't overlap their jobs, I think.
Congratulations, Andrea. Andrea is a PhD student. Her topic is for PhD is 19th century salon music, but now we are a century later, at least. There are a few comments. Valentina said very precisely. I remember that not even in the files of the Union of Composers such discussions there aren't, because these scores were paid by different film houses of film productions or something like this. So there were not discussions about the content of their musics. But now I have now something in mind. I think I already asked you about that. In 1953-54, after the death of Stalin, so on and so forth, the relaxing was just starting, and Ion Dumitrescu was already named as a president or secretary of the union.
April 1954.
In 54, so it's quite strange how there is a rumor in those times that he was very good friend with the president of those times, Gheorghiu Dej, and it's quite.
They were from the same town, Râmnicu Vâlcea, in Romania, and Gheorghiu Dej was there hidden during it's a long story.
Okay.
And yes, they were.
Somehow.
So it's the story.
Okay.
My family comes from the same area, so this is why.
Do you have some?
Stories.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry if this question the answer is obvious to all of you, but because I've just arrived, can I ask just generally about the state of the film archives and how many of the films are preserved, and can you watch them? I mean, was there like a continuous line of them being shown and people knowing them, or was there a period when they were not shown? Because, judging from, post-communist Russia, these films, for some reason, were just like in continuous circulation, and people continued to watch them despite the fact that they were so sort of absolutely kind of ideologically odious at the time. So what was happening here?
I'm in trouble with this question because actually I'm we at the university started this project this year, and we have checked in the last years to find out where are these archives. So in the end, we just found them in National Archives, National Film Archives, outside Bucharest in a former military unit. The scores are in those conditions that Andrea said.
I think Marina is asking about the movies.
Other movies in the, well, there are part of them I know that are online, but the most important part are in these national film archives in the same place of Jilava.
I don't think my colleagues searched for the films. They
I
searched
was
for
looking
the film music.
for scores.
So this is a good thing to, to be precise. But
I couldn't
you-
find any of the films.
yes, you couldn't find also
online
the films.
or
Yeah.
somewhere.
Now there are a lot of these movies on YouTube, and there is now a television channel called Cinemaraton, and all the time there you can watch Romanian movies, short documentary,
Right.
long, artistic. So this is also
Actually, there are few different, how to call agencies. There is also Sahia or Vintage or they all of them actually are looking at this National Archive, and the National Archives ask for money. If you pay something or you are part of the project and somehow you support that, they give these movies, and after that, through a project, you can upload on the internet. Otherwise, there are a lot of films that are kept there. And I know there are also a kind of press archives in the same film place. Yeah, that's all.
And I think also another reason that for which I couldn't find the movies to watch is because they are from 1953, 54. I noticed that most of the movies that were talked about here were 65, 70 and later. Those are more easily accessible. These ones, I just couldn't find them. I talked to Professor Gheorghiță already to try and contact people from other archives and maybe find them in some archives somewhere.
But did you maybe ask the president of the union of the cinema union?
No, I didn't.
Damian? The people from the movie, they should know exactly where to look, or maybe the reasons why these movies cannot be found.
I will do that.
But this was a good question because we were all interested in scores and music. Films were for us available, for many of us. All these films are available on YouTube. And this Cinemaraton. And there is also a channel on Vimeo. I don't know if you search.
I don't know that.
There is I'm not sure exactly, but I can ask. I know whom to ask. And with Romanian movies. So.
And just a very short information that we discovered about 75 scores for the same number of movies, starting with 1935, 37, until 89.
Yeah, but also in
quite large.
Only the parts.
You're right. The most part of them are parts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Yeah.
In a few days, we will count 6 decades since the composer Paul Constantinescu passed away. In all these years, there were quite little analysis about his film scores. That's why we are ready to hear the ideas and the perspective of Ioana Bâlgu from National University of Music. Please.
Thank you.
I will add please be kind to Ioana because she's the youngest participant here. She's a master student yet.
Thank you very much. I will present my study entitled From Opera to Film. Thank you. Two approaches to Paolo Constantinescu's A Stormy Night. The film A Stormy Night, directed by Jean Georgescu, was shot between 1941 and 1942 and premiered in 1943 during World War II.
The production of the film took 8 months. The necessary steps to make it possible were arduous. The architect Stefan Norris, a Polish refugee at the time of the Hitler invasion, had the task of building the exterior set in the studio, being constrained by the imposition of a strict camouflage in the context of the war. Also, the work done on this film exceeded in intensity and duration all Romanian productions up to that time. But the final result was a cinematic masterpiece, being one of the most appreciated films of the old era. Thanks to his very prolific compositional career, Paul Constantinescu, 1909 to 1963, made a name for himself at a young age. At 22, he was awarded a prize for his work, Romanian Suite. At the George Enescu Composition Competition, at 23, he became a member of the Society of Romanian Composers, and at 25, he composed the opera A Stormy Night, O Noapte Furtunoasă, with which he debuted a real later, on October 26, 1935, at the Romanian Opera in Bucharest. The reactions to the opera conducted by Ionel Perlea and performed for the first time by well-trained soloists were positive. For example, the writer Mihail Sebastian described the opera as, quote, a direct and happy musical translation of the Romanian psalm captured in his sonorous picturesqueness and passed from Caragiale's dialogue into the dialectic play of the orchestra, end of quote. Composer of the soundtrack for many Romanian films, documentaries like A Terrible Night, Palace Castle, The Queen's Flower, and art films like A Stormy Night, A Lost Letter, and The Lucky Mill, Paul Constantinescu has had a close collaboration with directors of different artistic training. Possessing a well-developed cinematic instinct and the knowledge of the limits and possibilities of the genre, he believes that the music in a film should not be treated as a mechanical double for the images, but should be a carrier of ideas. In an article in Music magazine in 1950, entitled A Growing Branch, Film Music, Paul Constantinescu states that, quote, in film, music must achieve sonically what the image, the play of the artist, and all the other component arts achieve in their own way. The music must be consistent with the rhythm, development, expression, and character of all the other arts, which is produced simultaneously, but it must not surpass them by appearing in the foreground as an end it itself, end of quote. Adapting promptly to the themes and the requirements of the films imposed by their character and script, Paul Constantinescu shows ingenuity and creativity, managing to conceive various procedures for rendering the musical comedy in A Stormy Night, 1943, and The Lost Letter, 1953, to expose expressive melodic lines derived from folk music in Raise the Valley, 1950, driven by the demands of the communist regime, and to write music full of dramatic accents in The Lucky Mill, 1950. Georgescu's film. The film A Stormy Night is a 1943 screen version of the eponymous play written by Ion Luca Caragiale and published in the magazine Literary Conversations in 1879, and is considered a, quote, landmark in the aesthetics of screenings in our cinema, a model of adaptations for the big screen, end of quote. The play, a comedy in 2 acts, presents the tangles caused by the misinterpretations of a series of events based on the jealousy of Jupân Dumitrache, who cares about his family honor and does not want a law student, Rica Venturiano, to follow his wife. In reality, Dumitrache has no idea that his wife is cheating on him with Chiriac, a good friend of his. The screenplay for the film was originally written by Ion Cantacuzino, director of the National Cinematography Office, film critic and historian, but he gave up on the script, preferring the one proposed by director Jean Georgescu, a pioneer of Romanian film comedy, and also an admirer of Karagiale's work, whom he claimed was, quote, a screenwriter without realizing it, end of quote. Georgescu showed an extraordinary exigency for the production of the film, even shooting 20 takes for a single frame, in search of the ideal expression. He succeeded in approaching the play by the established playwright with a hermeneutic vision of the given text, not limiting himself to simply transposing the facts into a film script. His directorial virtuosity is evident in the innovative direction he proposes, from the interweaving of situations, narrated line, preference for the typological variety, to the replacement of excessive narration by audiovisual means. The change of perspective in the traditions of Karagiale's interpretation of the characters, previously strongly oriented towards irony and caricature, and in the environment in which all the action takes place are two significant contributions. The fidelity to various elements of the period in which the action takes place gives the film an air both artistic and documentary. In the filming of the play, two of the main problems encountered by the director were: one, the transition from the dramatic genre, where the focus is on the dialogue between the characters and where the limited space of the scene determines a certain convergence of the actions, to the cinematographic genre, where the image, the dynamic character of the actions are very important, and where the director has the privilege of being able to extend the action in space and time. And two, the problem of adapting the dialogue of Karagiale's play to lines that could be used in the film. The freedom given by the extension of the action in space and time in the film, it is extended to 3 days and 3 nights, led to the display of important moments in the play, which could otherwise only be brought to the audience attentions indirectly, through the narration of the characters in the theater. Thus, Ziza's Divorce, Rika's Pursuit of Dumitrache and the Ladies, and many other moments found a place on the big screen, inserted between the scenes that constituted the actual action in the play. Another challenge related to Karagiale's already famous dialogues, which had the characterization of psychologies and the value of a proverb, and the fact that other lines had to be added to correspond to the new sense in the film, was ingeniously solved. There is no text in the film that doesn't belong to Karagiale, and if it's not from The Stormy Night, it's taken from the mouths of other characters of the author. In Cinema Magazine number 9 from the year 1985, Iulia Mihu writes the following, that you can read on the screen. The film A Stormy Night has the director's imprint on it so well that it could be classified as a Jean Georgescu work, a tragic comedy, a grotesque juxtaposition of the essences of human nature. But while it offers a different perspective on the play, it does not represent a screenplay that changes Karagiale's work to the detriment. Constantinescu's work. In the music of Paul Constantinescu's opera, A Stormy Night, a musical comedy in 2 acts, there are strong influence from Slam music and Romanian folklore, with the main themes using melodic lines taken from Spitalul Amorului, The Hospital of Love, a collection by Anton Pan. In the opera, the characters are accompanied by representative signal-like motifs, sometimes also taken up by the orchestra. Thus, Jupân Dumitrache is given a folkloric theme, Chiriac an incisive, powerful theme like a marching signal. Spiridon is represented by a folk motif, weeping, expressing his humility, and Veta in Ziza sometimes with motifs similar to those in love songs, sometimes with a melody inspired by folklore. Nae Ipingescu is attributed a folkloric yet lavish motif, and Rica Venturiano a realistic one, suggestive of a clever student giving verdicts on society. At times, when the scenes become charged with passion and feelings of love, the music conforms to the spirit of the piece and often turns into fragments with an air of love songs. The orchestra has a strong thematic expressive function and embodies a character that has the role of a commentator of the action, ironizing the situations in the opera and the protagonists. Another role of the orchestra is the coloristic caricatural one, creating both effects such as the flugelhorn, the cuckoo clock, and evocative sound backgrounds for the music of that era. Thus, the opera audience can recognize in the work waltz, love songs, Romanian folk ensemble sonorities, sounds accompanied by fragments in which the trumpet with mute, clarinet, and accordion create the impression of fairground sounds. An important aspect of the opera is the melodic recitative style, as the composer felt that a solution that emphasized the words would better suit the character of Caragiale's play. In the opera and arias, however, Paul Constantinescu categorizes the aria as, quote, an admirable moment commentary, end of quote, and considers that the redundant appearance of such moments deteriorates the narrative thread of the play. However, one of the most memorable musical moments in the opera is the aria of Ziza, Radiant Angel, with a more recognizable character and at the same time different from the rest of the moments in the opera. The opening of the aria contains the first motif from the famous period song, Mai am un singur dor. I have just one more request. And when it ends, the accordion plays the morning waltz. These melodies are integrated as quotations from the period fragrance. In the music of A Stormy Night, both tonality, trig fragments, ensemble song, and modernist make their presence felt through displays of diatonic folk modes, but also chromatic modes, the latter suggesting slam music. Film score. Because some of the film's footage was cut by communist censors, some of the music on the film was lost. The film was rejected twice by the censors after August 23, 1944, and was re-released in 1952 on the occasion of Ion Luca Caragiale's centenary. In the new version, certain scenes cut directly from the negative were missing, such as the one in which Ziza tells Tusha how she spent her time at Union. In this scene, she would have been dressed in a skimpy petticoat. And the one in which Veta appears after her reconciliation with Kyriak. Also, removed from the credits are the names of foreign collaborators, along with Stefan Norris, Gerard Perrin, and Yvonne Hérault. Another sequence noted in the score, such as Busuyoc's Harvest, is missing from the film. On the other hand, not all the music in the film belongs to Paul Constantinescu. The show at the Union, watched by the ladies and Jupun Dumitrache, uses entertainment music from that period, which does not appear in Constantinescu's score. A suggestive example is the song Piciorușul Aglaiții, Aglaița's Foot, performed in the film by the actor Miluță Gheorghiu, which was not composed by Paul Constantinescu. In the film, the actor states that Mr. Moșoi is the author of this couplet. credits present the three music hypostases of A Stormy Night as follows. Folk music, which creates an energetic atmosphere from the very beginning of the film. Then it transitions to a sinuous theme, rich in augmented seconds with a strong hint of slam. And finally, the generic ends with a tonal and passionate music similar to a period song, love song. This tendency to create an expanded palette of emotions by exposing multiple facets of period love song is found throughout the film, evolving from discrete hushed themes, such as the love story between Kyriak and Veta, to pastoral and then tumultuous sonorities. The theme of union in the opera is also present in the film, but its approach is different. As in the opera, the orchestration is rich, while in the film the theme is exposed only on the violin and the percussion instrument, which plays a monotonous metronome-like beat.
Să nu vă mai dăm să tăiem drumul.
The music in the film enhances the character of the scenes. It is suggestive for emphasizing a profile of the characters, but also gives clues to their inner states. Thus, scenes of love and tension are perceived more intensely if accompanied by evocative music. The trombone and bassoon successfully parody the court and the petty Ghiță Țiricădău, and the modulation in a minor key of Kyriak and Veta's theme betrays her inner restlessness as she saw his straps. Another aspect that is both ingenious and comic is the moments when the music puts the spotlight on ironic situations. Thus, in a scene in which Rika comes up out of the barrel, the clarinet plays an ascending chromatic passage, and in other moments, such as the one in which Zița bumps into the gate and the one in which Ghiță Țiricădău throws an apple, the instruments stop playing. In conclusion, the transition from opera to film music led the composer to propose a different approach, considering that, although music has an illustrative purpose and is in itself a carrier of ideas, it should not be in the foreground. Most of the time, music appears in scenes with a high emotional charge, such as the love scenes between Kyriak and Veta, Rika and Zița, but also in scenes where the motifs and themes used could be enlightening for the personality of the protagonists. The music also has the role of illustrating the inner feelings of the characters without their having to express them. Certain themes from the opera remain in the film music, for example, the theme of the Union, but in general, we hear a different score, even if similar in mood and influence to that of the opera. At the same time, if we compare this film score with the actual music that accompanies the film, we notice that they are not identical. Certain passages disappear or are modified from the written score. It is only natural that the composer's original thinking will be slightly adjusted in the editing of the film. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ioana Bugu, master student at the National University of Music, for this sound documented paper. And now, if you have some questions.
Well, first of all, I don't think we needed to be kind because it was absolutely excellent.
Thank you.
So thank you. I have a question. What is slum music? What does it mean? Can you what is it and what does it mean sort of semiotically in the film?
The slum music is a kind of a genre that is performed at the bad zones in a city. If I had a city, for example, there are some regions of the city that you hold on.
This is what I meant.
Da.
But she has to get used to it, so yes.
So it's an urban music.
Yes.
It's a kind of worldly songs, something like this, that were related with the spatial places or specific places or around the city or something like this, with not very moral
In
high
the
quality.
peripheries,
Could
in the
you explain that?
peripheries places of the town, of a town.
Mahala.
Yeah.
Mahala.
Well, I think that it's a term that general musicologists use to cover different kind of musics. So the slum music, the slum music from Spitalul Amorului of Anton Pan is different from what is called in the 20th century musica de mahala. It's the music of lăutari, of which we'll make a reference tomorrow, Lavinia Gheorghe. So you will have, you will give the example also, the musical example. Yeah.
And for our guests, please tell when was Anton Pan and his collection, because
Anton Pan was in the the first part of the 19th century, and he gathered a lot of songs, of the hits of his period. Some were peasant music, some were urban music, and some were music of vaudeville made by Alexander Flechtermacher or other kind of academic musicians. But it's quite a melange.
And also Fanariot and some hints of Ottoman musics in the collection of Anton Pan at the middle of 19th century. Yeah. Thank you, Costin.
That was an excellent answer, Johan. A complex one.
There are other questions? Well, yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Really, really interesting paper. And one thing that, just as an outsider, looking at the scene that you showed from the film, it reminded me of operetta. The characters were behaving as if somehow the opera was very simply adapted to the screen. You know, it didn't look like natural cinema, but rather like opera made into cinema. You know, with all the bowing and the very theatrical, as if this man was about to sing to the girls working in the field. Is this characteristic of the whole movie? Are they all behaving?
Yes, I think it is characteristic to the whole movie. That is the general atmosphere of the movie.
Right, because even the credit music sounded like a potpourri from an overture almost. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So this theater play is an iconic one in the history of Romanian literature, theater, and so on. So Caragiale is our most famous drama writer. It is very, very difficult, if not impossible, to translate it in the whole implications, because he writes political comedies, which are very important today. I mean, the same things you can recognize today in the Romanian society after much more than 100 years. And this Stormy Night was the only one for decades to be transformed into an opera and then into a movie. But I think Gian Georgescu started from the theater play. I don't know if he knew something about the opera. So the theater play is, as you very well noticed, the essence, yeah.
And the actors of 1940, Romanian actors, used to play in a theatrical way. Yeah. Thank you again.
Thank you for your attention.
Another original subject to be studied is Orthodox church chant music in Romanian communist movies. That's why it was, I think it was a political challenge concerning the censorship laws. We listen to Mr. Costin Moisil, please. From National University, Musical University.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you. Please excuse me for not socializing because of my health. I'm not so ill, but just a flu. My paper focuses, let me start. Okay. My paper focuses on the presence of Orthodox Church chant in Romanian films in the communist period. My paper is a work in progress. I have investigated a limited number of movies from that period, and I expect to further research will bring more answers to my questions and, of course, give rise to new questions. I would like to thank to Ileana Popovici, Verona Maier, Manuela Cernat, and Cătălin Chirilă for their valuable help and suggestions. Today, I will present the results of the research from three perspectives as a tribute to the debut films of two of most important Romanian directors after 1989, Nae Caranfil and Cristian Mungiu. Both authors present a story from three different points of view, each film consisting of three sections, basically three films of about half an hour each. And for our project funder, who is happy to use foreign bibliography, the reference is to Quentin Tarantino Pulp Fiction. And I could go on to Robert Schumann's Florestan and Eusebius, George R.R. Martin's Jon Snow, Daenerys Bran, and so on. I chose for my three characters conventional name: Tom, Dick, and Harry. Any similarity to actual person but myself is pure coincidental. Tom's perspective is that of the fighter against communism and is mostly based on facts found after 1989. Tom notes that church music is almost absent from communist films. Obviously, communist ideology considered religion the opium of the people and tried to eliminate it from public life, education, and art. Tom did not watch all the communist films, but he is certain that the first funeral sequence with the priest singing Veșnica Pomenire, Eternal Memory, doesn't appear until 1967, according to Cristian Tudor Popescu. Let's see the first film. Somehow, this piece is the most neutral religious song, despite the fact that, in only 3 words, Veșnica lui Pomenire, it testifies to the essence of the Christian creed, namely that the deceased gain eternal life through the prayer of the congregation and the mercy of Christ, the risen one. On the other hand, this is probably the most wide-known religious chant during the communism, when town dwellers did not usually attend weddings, baptism, or divine liturgies, not even at Christmas or Easter. They did go to funerals, not only family and friends, but also neighbors and work colleagues of the deceased. Veșnica Pomenire was heard at all the funerals and memorial services that the relatives of the deceased held several times a year. So, Tom says, the chant is just an accompanying element of the funeral scene, not a reference to religious life. Tom believes that research should focus primarily on major films. He has chosen the movies with the largest audiences. The top 7 films have been seen in Romanian cinemas by 10 to 15 million viewers, and the films in the top 25 each have over 5.5 million viewers. Of these 25, 3 can be neglected as they are set in ancient Dacia or Italy. Most of the films are history or action films in which the hero is a prince voivode, a chieftain of outlaw haiduks, or a police commissioner in the interwar period. You know all this. All 5 of the films in the top 25, only 5 of the films in the top 25 take place in the communist present. On the other hand, major films might be the ones rated by critics as the best. The top 10 Romanian films include 7 films made during the communist period between 1956 and 1982. In the films in these 2 charts, church music is almost absent, although religious is sometimes present. In The Mill of Good Luck, The Șoimărești Clan, Păcală, etc., people mention God, prepare for Easter, cross themselves. Priests are present and churches are shown in the frame, but church music is missing. Chanting is associated only with the ridiculous characters, such as Răspopitul, the defrocked, in the cycle of haiduks, or with the moment of relaxation, as in the following example from The Forest of the Hanged. Here, 2 officers pretend that the war is miraculously over, and one of them imitates a priest's nasal voice saying, "The miracle is done." Let us see.
Am făcut asta. Nu mă întreba nimic, Aldo. Am venit, asta e tot.
Și acum ce ai de gând să faci? Îți iei imprimire bateria?
Uitasem că e război, Odo.
Și minuna s-a împlinit.
Amin.
In Zestrea Domniței Ralu, The Dowry of Princess Ralu, 2 outlaws, the defrocked and the Roma slave Parpanghel, parody fragments of the service in an attempt to trick the guards of the prison.
Ce mai nou prin țară, părinte?
S-a stricat lumea, fiule. Nu mai e teamă de Dumnezeu. De aceea vă zic vouă, pocăiți-vă, căci numai așa veți dobândi izbăvirea. Bine, Parpanghele, că omul nu știe niciodată când îi vine ceasul ca să dea socoteală Domnului. Așa, așa, așa.
Well done, Parpanghel. Go on, go on. No, it was as in other film was a Turk. Here was a gypsy, and the actor it was the Greek. No, it is it's specifically said that it is a Roma, gypsy. Yeah. Back to our stories. Dick thinks that Tom's statements are partly untrue, and his approach is superficial. Church singing is present in a lot of films, including those in the 2 aforementioned charts, such as The Last Crusade, Mihai Viteazu, top 3 with 13 million viewers. In the very beginning of the film, the hero meets his wife in a monastery, while one can hear the psalm of the beginning of the Vesper, Lord, I have cried unto thee. The important question, says Dick, is which piece is associated with a particular historical moment, and how this relates to the ideology of time. Musicologists such as Franz Metz, Nicolae Gheorghiță, Costin Moisil, and Cătălin Cernătescu have shown that the National Communist regime paradoxically supported research into Byzantine musicology in the 1970s and 1980s. Ceausescu was eager to show cultural monuments, including musical ones, from as early as possible. In the absence of other notated musical pieces, medieval church chants were the oldest musical sources and were thus used as means of nationalist propaganda. Therefore, it would be important to look for a correlation between the regime's growing interest in old chants and the presence of these old chants in the films of the time. In order to investigate this correlation, it is also necessary to change the method. The focus needs to be shifted from the most successful films with audience or critics to epoch movies. It is natural that films set in the 20th century do not include church music. Instead, films about Romanian voivodes up to the early 18th century and even early 19th century outlaws, haiduks, are the ones most likely to feature a church chant. Indeed, in Iancu Gianu Haiducul, premiered in 1980, church music accompanies a monastery scene somewhat similar to that in The Last Crusade. The action in The Last Crusade takes place shortly before 1600, but the chant in the monastery scene was composed 300 years later. By contrast, Iancu Gianu takes place shortly after 1800, but the chant in the monastery scene comes from the manuscript copied more than 300 years earlier, one of the oldest manuscripts of church music in Romanian libraries. Both songs could not have been sung at the time the films are set, but each would have been appropriate for the other film. Dick's explanations is as follows. In 1970, the year of the making of Last Crusade, Byzantine musicology studies in Romania were just beginning and not very popular with the regime. 10 years later, when Iancu Gianu appeared, we were in the midst of national communism, and the Communist Party promoted the ancient church music. Chants in Middle Byzantine notation had been transcribed in staff notation, according to the paleographic theories of the time, and some of them recorded on LP by the magical choir, as is the case here in Iancu Gianu. It seems plausible that the Politruks may have wanted these pieces in the films, or perhaps even the directors introduced them voluntarily in a desire to soften censorship. It was not only the age of the piece that could have been an argument with the censors, but also the fact that the performance was by the madrigal choir. This was arguably the best choir of the time, specializing in both Renaissance music and new music. Its conductor, Marin Constantin, was in the good graces of the regime and was an assiduous composer of choral works with titles such as Ceaușescu și Poporul, Ceaușescu and the People, Drag Partid, Dear Party, or Ceaușescu și Copiii, Ceaușescu and the Children, to mention just 3 pieces composed in 1979. The same piece from Iancu Gianu and another from the same 14th century manuscript are used in another 1980 film, Întoarcerea lui Vodă Lăpușneanu, The Return of Prince Lăpușneanu, a film about the 2 reigns of a 16th century Moldavian prince. The pieces are in Greek, but this is not noticeable in the film because of the low volume of the music. Each piece occurs several times throughout the film, divided into several fragments. The first occurs when Princess Ruxandra, on the way to her husband Prince Lăpușneanu's second reign, recalls events from before his first reign.
E timpul să te pregătim.
The second piece is sung by a men's choir and seems to be related to the concerns of the ruler and to his betraying boyars. Sometimes it appears in succession with the piece sung by the women's choir, or even in superimposition, as in the scene of the prince's ritual bathing before taking over the reign.
Mergeți și vedeți dacă au grijit bine calul. Să-i dea grăunțe și apa să nu fie prea rece.
Domnul țării este teafăr și întreg la trup.
Therefore, says Dick, the presence of ancient church chants in 1980s films, including as a non-diegetic sound, can only be explained in connection with Ceausescu's national communism. What Dick and Tom are claiming is nothing but hogwash, Harry argues. Dick talks about method, but his method is as speculative as Tom's. Far more accurate would be to use the methods of oral history, since directors, composers, and people who work on the soundtracks to those films are still alive. Harrier interviews revealed that the censors weren't interested in subtleties like the one Dick talked about. More often than not, censors were not educated enough to figure out the differences between one music and another. Then again, Orthodox religion per se was not a real problem for the communist state. Besides, many members of the party and the secret service, Securitate, attended services, went to confession, etc. Of course, religion could become dangerous if it had brought crowds of people together, at an Easter liturgy, for example. But church chant on a film soundtrack was harmless. Dick's research neglects the fact that the film is made by artists, not the Communist Party propaganda service. The director, the composer, the people in the sound department, sometimes all of them, sometimes just one of them, were involved in the Church of Music. Their selection criteria were not political, or not just political, but artistic. There are also technical factors to consider. For example, if the film studio archive had not a suitable track, the filmmakers would go in field research with a Nagra tape recorder and record what they needed. So it's only natural that the chant for the Last Crusade would be one of the chants known to the nuns of 1970, which the sound recordist probably recorded specially. On the contrary, for Iancu Gianu, there was no need for a field recording, as the sound department had a small number of recorded pieces at their disposal, including those of the Madrigal Choir. On the other hand, the way the writer and director of Lăpușneanu film Malvina Urșianu uses the two pieces suggests the existence of an artistic project. The first hymn, sung by the women's choir, is Anastasios Ismera. It is the day of resurrection, and is used in Orthodox worship on Easter Sunday and the days that follow. In the film, the journey of the prince's retinue takes place on Good Friday, 2 days before Easter. The resurrection can also be seen as a metaphor for taking back his throne. The other hymn, Imi o Adam en thrino kekraien, woe is me, Adam cried with tears, is sung in churches on Cheese Sunday. It is the day when believers ask each other for forgiveness in order to enter clean into the grand late, that is to begin the next day. In the film, the song is associated with one of the most powerful moments, the killing of the boyars by the prince at a reconciliation dinner on Cheese Sunday. It is the moment when the prince lost his senses, his health, and his connection to God, as a parallel to Adam's loss of paradise. Malvina Urșianu was a director appreciated for her refinement, which cannot be said of Dinu Cocea, the director of Iancu Gianu. It is possible that the latter took over the piece from the former, despite its unsuitability for a film set in the 19th century. It is also likely that Urșianu was aware of the Madrigal record and worked out his script so that she could include the two hymns. She probably also asked composer Anatol Vieru to create a few pieces for her film, having the Byzantine melodic lines as an inspiration. Anyway, linking the presence of the two pieces in Urșianu film to the ideology of the era would be entirely inappropriate. I've told you 3 stories. I can think of no better way to end my paper than with an excerpt from the life of Pai.
So which story do you prefer? So which story do you prefer?
The one with the tiger. That's the better story.
Thank you.
Sometimes welcomed humor in a symposium, especially when we have this subject. Thank you. Please, any opinions?
Thank you very much. I hugely enjoyed that, although I don't think Harry has ever looked so well as the thing that, again, forgive what is clearly going to be a naive question, but it is very difficult to not to accept the premise on which your paper is based, but to absorb it, which is that chant could ever have been of such interest to the regime that they would seek to censor it. Now, I'm sure you're thinking that's my whole point, but it is an enormous lesson, really, to somebody coming from my part of Europe to actually believe that, even though I could tell you that in Irish history, for instance, 200 years ago, you could be hanged for celebrating a Roman Catholic service. So it's perhaps even worse. But it's just that you were talking 1970s, 1980s, 40, 50 years ago. And I think it is Harry, in fact, who raises that issue, says, well, wait a minute, maybe the censors weren't even paying attention. So I'm just wondering how your premise endures Harry's skepticism about whether this would even have been of concern to the political regime.
Well, at this moment, I'm not quite on a side. Of course, I'm more close to Harry's view, but I think Dick's view has also some reason. And I read in a newspaper interview about someone who told that during the communism, it was not a clear cut of what you should do and what you don't have to do. It was an ambiguity that that person said, he was an historian, that the regime cultivated. You have to be always aware that sometimes could be wrong.
But I mean, Tom is still right, yeah, that there was no chant before 1967, yeah, unless it was given to this kind of ridiculous characters. So he's still right about that, yeah?
I think yes.
So there must have been a change in the relation between the state and the church, yeah, around that time, that something must have changed.
I don't know if it was in the relation between church and state, but in the way the artist could refer to religion. I think, I'm not sure. But maybe the church has a not so bad view in the eyes of the regime. The patriarch in the first part of the communism was from Râmnicu Vâlcea, and Justinian, and he was in close relation with Gheorghe Gheorghiu Dej. And the Greek Catholic Church was forbidden, so there was a Byzantine symphonia between the church and the state. Not so much close, because there were some decrees of purging the monastery of monks. There were some huge things, but yeah, please.
End of the 60s and liberalization has something to do with it? Changing of regime, actually.
Yeah, it's hard to say. You remember in the 1968, students went on the street of Bucharest singing carols. Carols were not shown on, broadcasted on TV. And some of them were expelled from the university. Iliescu and the others, no? And
they exaggerated.
Please. Apart from really enjoying it, one question came to mind about the use of chant and religious music in artworks, and whether there is an interesting question there, because there's a whole theory that religious music is not artistic but liturgical, and there's often a resistance on the part of the religious to its use and representation in film. One thinks of things like the Rachmaninoff Vespers and Liturgy, which can't be used liturgically. They're seen to be excessively artistic. So turning the question round, not so much about the use of chant in film and its relationship to the power, but is there another story about the resistance of believers and religious communities to seeing their world represented in modern cinematic form, or is that not even possible to gauge, whether through documents or through oral history?
I'm afraid I have no evidence to answer to your question. Maybe Nicolae or Cătălin know some. No.
Just a small commentary, if you might, it is allowed. I'm thinking on the part of the producers who did these films, including church music in these ancient forms, although ancient forms sometimes meant not only 14th century but also 19th century, was a part of the of representing the strategy of appearing of the king, of the prince, was part of the strategy of a king or of a prince showing his power in the front of the community. So always for those for this typology, including princes, so on and so forth, Mihai the Brave and the others, they had somehow to include church music in this form. Like a ritual, like a scenery, you know, it's part of the representation of the prince power.
Maybe you're right. I know that there are in another movies like Vlad Țepe, Ștefan cel Mare, some religious moments. I did not watch them. Maybe I'd watched them 40 years ago, but I don't remember. But here in Lăpușneanu, the church music is used completely different. Even in Mihai Viteazu, in The Last Crusade, he went to the monastery where his wife is hidden. They did not have a need to make a connection between the church chant and the prince.
You're right, but always the church was there. Somehow, the church was there.
Yeah, okay, but the church was there mainly with the figure of the metropolitan. Yeah, but I make the reference that church is present such a lot in this kind of films, but not church music.
If there were no other opinions, we thank you for this scientific and spectacular paper.
Thank you.
Now we're back to Paul Constantinescu. Thanks to Professor Nicolae Gheorghiță from the National University of Music, Bucharest, who will tell us now new things about the music of a film who suffered from the effects of censorships.
Thank you so much. Indulge me another 30 minutes, 25 minutes, because after that there is a glass of wine waiting for us at the ground floor. And not only, really, I'm really sorry, Valentina, you're right. Thank you. You mean, I thought you were referring to food too, but not only for one, but more glasses. Sorry, now very, very subtle idea, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I prefer glasses. In the third and fourth decade of the last century, Paul Constantinescu was seen as a real star and a great hope in the field of Romanian music composition. He had won numerous awards in major composition competitions and was praised by reviewers. At the age, as Ioana already said, of 23, he became a member of the Society of the Romanian Composers. Publishers in Bucharest and Universal Edizioni in Vienna made his works known in his native country and abroad, and the Bucharest Conservatory, now National University of Music Bucharest, counted him among its leading professors. Consequently, as Valentina Sandu Dediu states, Paul Constantinescu remained for posterity the second most prominent Romanian composer of the interwar period after George Enescu. Despite his professional rise and the undeniable recognition he enjoyed in his profession, Constantinescu had an extremely turbulent destiny on the local composition stage from the point of view of his relation to the political power of the time. He was stigmatized by all three dictatorships under which he lived. The Iron Guard, re-established under the name of the Legionary Movement, a paramilitary organization of nationalist fascist orientation of a mystical religious character, blamed him and expelled him from the Romanian Radio Broadcasting State Company as an alleged Jew, asking him to prove his ethnic origin and Orthodox affiliation, to prove that he was, quote, just like his parents and grandparents. A small parenthesis to explain, the so-called Legionary Rebellion represented the violent split between the Legionary Movement and the military minister supported by General Ion Antonescu. During this rebellion, the legionary groups applied terrorist tactics targeting the population in Bucharest, in particular the Jewish population of the city. The military dictatorship established by General Ion Antonescu publicity humiliated him and removed him from his professional offices for his alleged adherence to the legionary movement and for having orchestrated and arranged legionary hymns. Valentina wrote a special paper and books about that. And the communist dictatorship put him under surveillance, his activity being closely followed by the secret service, the so-called Securitate, for everything Paul Constantinescu was considered to have done in previous regimes. Apart from the two accusations that stubbornly appear in Securitate file, that he was member of the legionary movement and that he was involved with the Romanian Radio Broadcasting State Company during the Legionary Rebellion, both denied by Paul Constantinescu with relevant documents to prove this case. The same political persecution archives record three other incriminating subjects. I quote, before 23rd August, Paul Constantinescu made some compositions of the national nature too. The second, that he used anti-Semitic folk themes in his creations. And the third, he went to Odessa in 1942 to direct a performance of his play Nunta în Carpați. I'm referring to his choreographic poem, Wedding in the Carpathians. In the economy of his compositional production, film and stage music occupies a central and constant position. Paul Constantinescu, having debuted in these genres before the establishment of communists in Romania, therefore before 1944. In an information note from 1952 found in his Securitate file, which contains incidentally information reports drawn up by every dictatorial political regime, a file now found in the National Councils for the Study of the Securitate Archives, in the so-called CNSAS, the musician is recognized as a, I quote, very good technician in the sense of being a master composer, one of the first symphonists and composers of good film music. His passion for film also emerges from a letter to a Romanian living in Switzerland named Pașcă, probably, letter in the same file drawing up by the Securitate, to whom he asks for, I quote, a 16mm editing tool instead of 8mm. Yeah. It is known that before the coming to power of communists in Romania, Paul Constantinescu was nominated musical advisor at the National Film Office and hired to write the music for propaganda documentaries. It is also known that he composed music for stage and film for several important works that had brought him fame and prestige. For example, the opera, Ioana already said that, the opera O Noapte Furtunoasă, Stormy Night, was written in 1934 at the age of 25 and staged at the National Opera in Bucharest a year later in 1935, and later restaged in 1950 and awarded by the Romanian Academy in 1956. A few years later, he composed the choreographic poem Wedding in the Carpathians, Nunta în Carpați, winning first prize in the George Enescu competition, the most prestigious competition in Romania at the time, the work being published in Vienna by Universal Edition, as mentioned above. In addition to this, two propaganda documentary films were made by the director and screenwriter Paul Călinescu, here is, for which Paul Constantinescu, the two Pauls, composed the music. Țara Moților, the Moț province, in 1939, a film showing the beauty of the place and inhabitants of the Apuseni Mountains in Transylvania, and Romania in the Fight Against Bolshevism, or Our Holy War in 1941. Sorry. Both films received international acclaim. Various newspapers in Germany, Italy, Finland, Turkey, Spain, France, so on and so forth, acclaimed the Venice Prize-winning film. Here are just a few examples. Winning the Documentary Film Award at this Venice International Film Festival in the respective years in 1939 and 1941. In June 1941, the Romanian government, led by General Ion Antonescu, who also coordinated the Romanian army, entered the war against the Soviet Union on the side of the Axis powers in order to recover Bessarabia, northern Bukovina, and Herza, territories occupied by the Soviets in 1940, a plan which was successful. General Ion Antonescu's famous order, soldiers cross the Prut River, crush the enemy from the east and the north, unchain from the red yoke of the Bolsheviks your brothers who have been subjugated alongside the most powerful and glorious army of the world, the German army, of course, was very well received by all Romanians, penetrating with a formidable force the souls of the people and the consciousness of the time. There is a very intense national and international propaganda campaign to justify this war, including along the army line. Romanian reporters and military cameramen are sent to film the fights alongside soldiers on the very front line. As a result, several cinematic war news reels or documentaries were created. This propaganda documentary film will result from the montage of the images from the first 6 war news reels, some of which were captured from the enemy as stated in the film's credits. The director is Paul Călinescu, an outstanding personality in Romanian film world before and after 1945, to whom Paul Constantinescu will remain constantly connected professionally. The resulting cinematic product, Romania in the Fight Against Bolshevism, or Our Holy War, is an 81-minute film structured in 3 parts, each section being distinct both in terms of content and artistic approach. Part 1 is called Bessarabia and Bukovina before 1940 and presents the idyllic life of the inhabitants of these legendary lands, the richness of the crops of the land and its rivers and the Danube Delta, a genuine earthly paradise. Part 2 is titled The Cession of the Two Provinces, a Moment of National Mourning, and according to a military critic, is a cinematographic requiem in which every frame is a tear and every musical chord a Sith. Part 3 is titled Romania's Entry into the War and the First Battles after 22nd June of 1941. Since it was made for propaganda purposes, the film has multiple variants in several languages, in German, in Romanian, in Italian and French. At least this is what Chronicles of the Time reported. In the archives, I only found the Romanian version. The film has certain aesthetic qualities, and it undoubtedly shows the talent of the military cameraman on the front line of the war in the East. The narrator's commentary is a triumphant tone, plunging viewers in the middle of the war fights with spectacular battles in the trenches, highlighting the bravery of the Romanian army in Crimea and Sevastopol. In fact, although they are presented as victors according to the propaganda of the time, of course, casualties were always on the enemy's side. We know from history that quite soon Romanian troops were decimated in this conflagration. It is interesting to know that for the first time since Romania entered the war, the German allies are vaguely mentioned in this film about the front. The music that Paul Constantinescu wrote for the film Romania in the Fight Against Bolshevism is stylistically diverse. It was drawn from various sources, each of the 3 sections being quite rigorously delimited from the point of view of the sound. For instance, Section 1 abounds in reworking of Romanian folk themes and low tar, themes, but there are also sections taken ad literam from the Romanian Poema Română by Enescu, by George Enescu. To this were added mobilizing marches and parade marches from the Romanian patriotic repertoire, performed by fanfares, and some others taken from German sources, most probably. Section 2, showing the entry of the Soviet troops in Bessarabia and northern Bukovina, as well as the military armament production from factories, includes dramatic sonorities and musics of mechanic, British accents, with various types of noise and dissonances on brass instruments, trills and tremolos on strings, imitating and suggesting the sounds of different machineries. Moments of naval and air invasion are highlighted with musical sequences taken from Wagner, Valkyries and Lohengrin. It goes without saying that after 1945, the film Romania in the Struggle Against Bolshevism was banned. No monographic work, no history of Romanian music, and none of the lists of Paul Constantinescu's works compiled by himself at various periods of time in his life makes any reference or mentions this work. Moreover, the communist authorities were quite aware of this film, which was an affront to Bolshevism, since the Securitate's 1959 verification file recorded incriminatingly that, I quote, before 23rd August, Paul Constantinescu had also composed some nationalistic works. I have nothing in common with today's ideas and ideals, Paul Constantinescu allegedly said in a private meeting, a fact recorded in 1962 by the source codenamed Hans Roth in an informative note written for the Securitate. Even so, the Stalinist communist power of the time annexed him, so to say, the composer being a prominent member of the Society of Romanian Composers, turned in 1949 into the Union of Composers of the Romanian People's Republic, following the Soviet model. Paul Constantinescu was commissioned to write the first article on Romanian first music, only 2 pages long, in the very first issue of the official magazine of the Union of Composers called Musica. The article uses keywords to mark the aesthetic discourse of socialist realism. The former bourgeois regime must be condemned, music must be simple, and film, I quote, is art par excellence that addresses the masses. He is invited to compose the music for the historical and political film Mitra Cocor, and he refuses because, I quote, its content is bad, and it has been processed in a way that makes it even worse. But he wrote the music for his last film production, Răsună Valea, The Valley is Resounding, the first Romanian propaganda fiction film made under the communist regime in 1949, with the same director, Paul Călinescu, with whom he had collaborated on the 2 films, propaganda films as well, that won awards in Venice, the Moz Province and Our Holy War. The Valley is Resounding is also awarded an honorary diploma at the Carlo Vivari International Film Festival in 1950. How filmmakers and musicians such as the 2 Pauls, Paul Constantinescu and Paul Călinescu, were able to continue their professional activity from the time of Iron Guard regime into communism remain unclear, although it can be firmly stated that both were accomplished professionals and that the political regimes needed them to legitimize themselves. What is certain, however, is that the relative obscurity of the 2 documentary films, which were awarded prizes in Venice, and by extension of the entire production of Iron Guard propaganda cinema, is largely due to the fact that they had been locked away in drawers, most probably as of 1946, when Bolsheviks came to power in Romania. Thank you very much. And I have just 3 excerpts, some musical examples. The first one is related to the idyllic life.
Pe întinsul acestor pământuri e pretutindeni bogăție, Dunărea darnică în pescuit. Pășunile grase cu vite și oi nenumărate. Holdele întinse și grele de rod mărturisesc până în țările îndepărtate dărnicia pământului, apei și soarelui românesc. În același timp, în uzine, se făuresc cu înfrigurare armele de care această armată are nevoie, armele cu care ea trebuie să reîntrăgească hotarele sfâșiate. Strădania Sfânta Mareșalului își poate măsura curând primele rezultate. Regele. Deasupra fortificațiilor Odesei.
For this very interesting paper with a lot of new informations for one of us. And I must confess that one of the images from documentary I remember from my childhood. Now, if you have some opinions about this paper.
Thank you very much. It was really very interesting, and I have something in between comment and question, because the second episode you here showed, it's interesting that composer used this machinistic idiom, which was invented, as I know, by Alfredo Casella during the First World War. And do you think he knew this? Followed some previous examples, or just?
As far as I know, is referring to the style of British, and I had a discussion with the composer about. We done the review about that. He is very aware about one of these styles, and he explained me in depth this style. Yeah, probably Paul Constantin was aware, and it seems that the Britism was somehow used before the moment when Paul Constantinescu composed his fragments for this film. It's British about 1926 or something like 30. Yeah.
And sounds also very similar to Mosolov, of course.
Harry.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. That was terrific. And again, forgive the question, but the two Powells seem to have survived almost unscathed, the switch from one regime to the other, in the sense that, well, certainly the composer, I mean, his fascist collaboration, as it were, is suppressed, and he becomes, if not an icon of the communist regime, certainly still a very prominent composer. I'm just wondering, and seems to be the same with the other Paul, who's enthusiastically making films for the Iron regime, and then becomes a film icon or a member of the establishment afterwards. So is this characteristic of the arts in Romania in that transitional period between fascism and what was formerly regarded as Bolshevism and then became the communist status quo? Is this normal?
It's quite difficult to say that it's a norm or normal. Valentina anyway knows better than myself this topic, but I remember that chronologically these periods of dictatorship with Iron Guard, with Charles II, with Antonescu's regime, and after that going to the communist one, it's happened very fast. In just a few years, it's happened. So the changes are dramatically. I mean, the people who are in a position, the next day they are put away from their positions or going to jail for an interval of time. But especially in the communist regime, that's happened very abruptly. I don't know, but what I should say that despite that, some moments, especially with the communist regime, actually all the regimes were very interested having good professionalists. So not probably in the first moment, but the second moment they need it. They need the professionalists.
That's exactly what happened in the West. I mean, that's what happened. Musicians were very quickly denazified after the war. People who had meted out Hitler's race laws found themselves shortly afterwards in European courts, as justices of the first justices of the European Court were diehard Nazis. So, but I just wondered whether or not the same thing had happened in reverse. It sounds that it had.
Yeah. What I can say more, sorry. I know all these important producers, all these important producers, Paul Călinescu and the other, Jean Georgescu and the other, almost all of them wrote diaries. Some of them were published during the communist regime. Some of them remain in these archives at the Jilava. Some of them passed away a few years ago. In 2000 was Paul Călinescu. And they had the opportunity to rewrite their diaries and to include such topics that were, forbidden before 90s. Yeah.
Yes, please.
I tried, but I cannot. It's not so easy. It seems simple, but it's not. So, for instance, Paul Constantinescu is one of the most controversial figures here. So, as Nae told you, he was considered being a Jew. Then he was considered to be a prominent composer in a very anti-Semitical regime, such as the Iron Guard. And then it happens, or it's not by chance, that he orchestrated the legendary hymn, the anthem of the legendary Romania by Ion Mânzatu. So he was in charge at the radio, and he was a very good composer, so he orchestrated this song. There were other musicians involved in these kind of activities, and when the Union of Composers transformed in a Soviet-like institution after 47, 48, then the policy there was to protect musicians and to cover up some. So it was, for some of them, it was dramatically. So, for instance, the very prominent legendary people, I think they went abroad. Some of them also made some prison.
Including Mânzati.
Mânzati, yes, Mânzatu or Mânzati. Radu Gir. Radu Gir, yeah. But others, So some stories were so well covered and hidden that we never knew, for instance, about a musicologist called Romeo Alexandrescu. We just discovered, Florinela and I were in the Academy Library, and we discovered what he wrote in the 40s. We never knew. No one told us. So it's so complicated. But Constantinescu, I cannot read actually Constantinescu. I cannot read his personality because he made compromises, but yeah, it's quite a mysterious person.
I'm glad I asked you. It's just that it's very, very hard to even pretend to have some sense of what's going on from the outside. So, you know, the story always that's coming across in these papers is, and that was never discussed again, or that was removed from the archive, or that was the end of that, you know? So that seems extremely non-negotiable, you know? It's a sort of totalitarianism of one kind. And yet, on the other hand, there are people who somehow survive. I mean, I'm not putting a cat among the pigeons now, but if you look at what happened to Gergiev, the conductor, as soon as he announced that he was a friend of Putin's, you know, immediately most of his European appointments, unless I'm wrong, but as far as I know I'm right, were withdrawn. That was the end of that, and he was back in Minsk or wherever he is now. So, you know, if you're holding this conversation 50 years hence or whatever, people might be saying, well, how come this person seemed to do what they wanted to do, and this other person was dropped like a hotcake because of clearly abhorrent opinions. And it seems equally complex looking back at this period.
Right.
I mean, I can't even begin to detect any kind of logic. So if you can't read him or understand him, I think it's small wonder that an outsider is so confused. Thank you.
In the meantime, he was also the author of the only two Byzantine oratorios, apropos Rachmaninov and the Vespers. Yeah, so Paul Constantinescu is famous, and they were not played at all. They were forbidden, these two oratorios, Eastern and Christmas oratorio. So there are a sort of a Romanian Byzantine Bach passion-like music, very good music. They were both edited by Bärenreiter in the 40s, and then they were never heard until after 1990. Maybe excerpts or maybe small exceptions, but not such as. So this is what I'm saying, that Constantinescu is a very complicated figure, a very good composer. He wrote a lot. You could see that his life was not long, actually, but he wrote a lot, very good music, and he was involved in all these political regimes somehow, navigating very smoothly. I don't know how he did it. I mean, I don't say that ironically. I cannot, yeah. And he was also very differently perceived and very, yeah. Desiela, in her doctoral thesis, which is now finished, Paul Constantinescu is one of the main case studies. In the 60s.
In the 60s.
Yeah, because in the 60s there was this liberalization of, yeah.
Thank you for this.
There is one more question.
Oh yeah, please.
I'm sorry. Just to sort of add to this debate, because I was thinking about the same thing, because it is such a traumatic history. Yes, I mean, it just feels like how traumatic it is. You have to go from one to another, and neither of them is any good, really. You know, traumatic history continues today, so we can sort of almost, as you said with Gergiev, we can watch how these things happen and how people change their mind, or how they are either sort of cancelled or not cancelled and so on. And I was thinking also of my research on the late 30s in the Soviet Union, when they changed sides basically in one day, yeah, when the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed, and what was the reaction to that? And people were standing in the in the streets listening to the radio, and the jaw dropped. You know, they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Yeah, and yet the whole kind of the world just turns 180 degrees. So they have to now to have completely different relationship with Germany. Every single thing is the opposite of what it was yesterday. So, and I guess my question is, under these circumstances, is there even any point of asking this question? What did he really think? I mean, can we actually even ask this question? You're saying that the diaries were altered and rewritten, and can a person have private opinions that we can learn if they live in these traumatic circumstances?
Yeah, it's very hard to give an answer, but I somehow, yeah, you're right. The things are. I'm just is coming in my mind of an episode from Paul Constantinescu's last part of his life, when his wife had a serious problem with eyes. She had to somehow get money going outside abroad in order to do some operations or something like this. And on the one hand, I saw that in the archives, in the Securitate archives. Thank you, Desiela, for helping me with that. On the one hand, the communist regime was bad him for all these kinds of, and there is a daily papers written down that he's a good musician, but on the other hand, we have to supervise him. And on the other hand, there are letters written by Paul Constantinescu asking for friends and support from the regime to help his wife. In the end, of course, he did something. I mean, his wife went outside in Vienna for getting operation, but was a difficult task anyway. He somehow had to do something in exchange, always. And it's quite difficult to have a coherent. I think not even Paul Constantinescu was coherent in his strategy.
And if I may, diaries are okay, a very good source, but I wouldn't take them as a reliable one, because there's self-censorship and other things, and of course subjectivity. Right. Diaries are
we have
a wonderful
contemporary
literary
examples.
genre, but
yeah, what was interesting for me that after 90s, when these producers wrote or rewrote the diaries, they included some informations about my film, so I was happy with that. Thank you.
Any other opinions, please? It was a very interesting part of this symposium. I notice the spontaneous but very objective profile of Paul Constantinescu. Thank you. And your paper, of course. And I must say it was an honor and a pleasure for me to present this part of symposium. Thank you. And now, please, we have a photo shot for the common photo of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.